and welcome to our brand new venue here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. I'm joined by our esteemed commentary team just to discuss how things are going so far. Henry, you've probably been here more than anyone. I don't think I've actually seen you leave the building yet. Just tell us how impressed you are with what you've seen so far.
First off, I do go home. Every now and then I do go home, but this is just another level, isn't it? I mean, obviously we had the venue in Southampton, which was really good for the players. It gave them the opportunity to play through COVID times and give them opportunities, but this is the next level. This is the next level for players outside the PDC to adapt to stage game, to play regularly, to get themselves practice and get themselves in tip-top condition. Some of them to get tour cards, some of them obviously later on in their careers, now they've dropped off the Pro Tour. This is the perfect place for someone to play at a really high level outside the PDC system. And credit to MODUS for this setup, because this is amazing.
Most definitely. And Murph, Henry's touched upon it there, but George Noble also said before we got going that this is kind of like the championship. The PDC is the Premier League, and that is the perfect way of looking at it, isn't it? Because players are using this in conjunction with the Challenge Tour, the Development Tour, to elevate their careers.
Yeah, in terms of coverage, it is, because why should it just be the elite players that get TV coverage? It gives the opportunity to players that may have fallen off the tour or players who harbour ambitions of getting onto the tour for the first time, not only to play on a stage, not only to play competitive matches against other very good players, but also to get a little bit of practice in doing things like media commitments and interviews and all those kind of things. So I think it works well as a stepping stone to play on the full tour, as well as being a fantastic standalone event. And
you probably see it more than most, you know. With the Pro Tour, players can play on the outside boards, but even going and playing on the streaming board, it's a completely different setup. So this environment prepares them for that perfectly, doesn't it?
I think one of the best examples of that is you've worked with me on the women's series, and we've seen players who have never been in front of a camera before and really struggle the first time they're on it, and openly admit how nervous they are or how nervous they were. And I've seen that on the Pro Tour as well, when players have played on the stream for the first time. So yeah, this will be a good grounding for players to go and play on the Pro Tour. You know, we have a bit of a crowd in on Saturday nights as well, so players to appear on the Euro Tour perhaps in the future and other events, they'll feel more comfortable, and it's kind of the right level for them to do that.
And Henry, you're a local lad. How important is it that we tap into local communities and really get as many people here as possible? Because tickets are free for a Saturday night, but just to give something back to the people in the community as well.
Absolutely, it's huge, and Portsmouth as a city's got a really good darting scene. Hampshire's a thriving area for darts in general, so this is at the perfect place at the perfect time. And I think we've seen over the last couple of weeks a lot of local players have come in to watch us on Saturday nights. But one thing I think Portsmouth has been missing in general is a big sporting event that they can come to. They know it's a home for them, and you know the opportunity that we got here to tap into that for people just to, I mean, in general, just to enjoy a Saturday night out at the darts. It's one of the great nights out. So I think if we can tap into that as much as possible, I know we're looking at ways of getting as many people in as possible on Saturday nights, it'd be great, because this place could be absolutely buzzing week upon week.
Most definitely. And of the action you've seen here so far, who's impressed you the most, would you say?
I mean, this week Nathan's been absolutely spectacular. I mean, obviously the 5 from 5 yesterday, perfect day for him, and obviously he goes in as favourite today. But the 3 weeks in general is probably a player who didn't even qualify for Champions Week, and Conor Heenahan. I know he's unlucky to miss out in Group A, and then has the 115, the 107, the 9-dart finish. He basically did everything other than qualify for Champions Week in the end. So he's probably been the standout, but you look at that field. It's set up nice in a few weeks, isn't it?
Absolutely. And Murph, you're probably gutted that he's just mentioned Conor's name, because you knew I was going to ask you the same question, and he's probably someone that was in your mind as well.
I thought Henry was going to say me, but I'd impressed him the most, but obviously not. We'll talk about that later, Henry. But the whole thing, the drama that this has had, yeah, he mentioned the 9-darter, but we also had on Saturday night the first ever televised 3-way 9-dart shootout, and that was really gripping. Andy Hamilton got through by 1 point by going for the 25 segment, so I think that was really exciting. Graham Usher for me has been really impressive as well. Looking forward to watching him at Champions Week. So yeah, there are so many players that are really stepping up to it. What I do find an interesting dynamic as well is that some of the players that have been really consistent in the room that we had in Southampton for the Live League have never played on this stage before, and their first appearance will be at Champions Week, so it'll be interesting to see how they adapt to playing on the stage here.
And I guess that is such an interesting point, because that almost gives an advantage to the players who are now accustomed to playing in this environment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it does. There are some players that have obviously played on stages before. Robert Owen, for example, who's won the most in the previous sort of guise of this tournament, has reached the semi-finals at the UK Open. But I do think we've seen players where it's taken them a few days to settle. Kieran Tierney being the obvious example, finished bottom of Group A, ended up winning finals night a few weeks ago.
Absolutely, and then looking ahead to today's action, because it is the final day of Group A action here this morning. Who do you think, of course, we know that it's Nathan Girvin who's currently occupying that top spot. Do you think he'll remain there?
I think realistically, when you look at the advantage he's got in legs difference, I think if he wins 3 from 5, he's through for me.
And it was, we mentioned it yesterday, it was his attitude, wasn't it? Because he's really relishing being that player to beat today.
Yeah, he is. He really wants to win and win well, I think. He doesn't just want to sort of get through by a couple of points. He wants to dominate the group and go into finals night as the favourite and sort of maintain that mantle of being the player with the target on his back, being the favourite. I think he thrives off it, and I think that he'll easily win 3 out of 5 today. I think he might even win 5 out of 5 today.
And the exciting thing is that nobody's out of it. So even the likes of Jamie Kelling, who showed glimpses of what he can do yesterday and on Monday, nobody's out of it. They will then go into groups B and C. Who do you think could make a move in those groups of who you've seen so far?
I still think that we've seen little spells from Alec Small where he's gone on runs of 1, 2, 3 legs where he's played really well. There was one spell where I think he hit 3 180s at the start of legs consecutively. So if he managed to settle in the same way that other players have over the course of the week, I think he probably could get through to finals night.
Excellent. You heard it here first. So whatever you're going to bet on, don't bet on what this man's saying. We will join you at 9:30 for the start of today's action. So don't miss it. Hello, good morning, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge. It's day 3 of week 9, which means it's the final day of Group A action, which also means that by the close of play today, we will have our first player through to finals night. Of course, the remaining players going into Groups B and C. Chris Murphy alongside me to reflect on what we've seen already and, of course, look ahead to the day's action. Easy for me to say. Murph, would you say there was a vast improvement in what we saw on day 2?
Yeah, absolutely. I think day 2 we saw the players that we expected to be the favourites in this group step it up. I think it's very interesting that the player who's top of the table beat everybody below him. The same goes for second and the same goes for third. So yeah, I think we saw those three players really step it up in Nathan Girvan, Danny Lowby and Sebastian Bialecki.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nathan Girvin having the perfect day, winning all 5 of his matches. A really, really impressive day from him.
He was, and one of the matches is just one game, wasn't it? A 4-3 against Alec Small, where he was a little bit out of sorts, but he still managed to get the job done. And those can be the key games in qualifying for this, when you're just blowing everyone, you know, sweeping everyone aside, then that's no problem at all. And he'll expect to do that in most of his matches, but winning ugly sometimes can be the difference between maybe getting that top spot and second or third.
And it is, of course, as we can see there on the screen, a table of 2 halves now, with Kelling, Small and Belmont in that bottom half. Of those 3, I know you've been particularly impressed with Alec, haven't you?
Just in little spurts, yeah, and if you can put it together but you only need to do it for 4 legs, don't you? You can get a 4-0 win. If you can do that a little bit more often, then I think he will get better results later in the week. But I can't see any of those 3 players now threatening the top 3. So we're talking about Kelling, Small and Belmont playing at the same sessions in Group C. And if we've got a 3-way race to qualify for finals night.
And a word on Kelling as well, just quickly, because aside from Nathan Girvin, he's the only player to have over 40% checkout success. That's really impressive, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And he's kind of needed it, because in most matches he has been outscored. But that's the most important part of the game. I think we've seen on the other side of the scale, Danny Lowby probably been the best scorer in the group, but his finishing stats haven't been fantastic. So if he can sharpen that up, he could have the kind of day that Girvan did yesterday. But the issue with Kelling is if you're relying on that, then that disappears for a day. Suddenly you're facing the prospects of losing 4 or 5 matches.
And our first match, Nathan Girvin is in action. He's taken on Stefan Bellmont. How do you see this one going?
Stefan Bellmont showed moments yesterday. He had that brilliant 1-4-1 checkout, which we're looking at now. But he lost 4-0 to Nathan Girvan when they played. And I just get the sense that Girvan is fresh and ready and intends to do what he did yesterday. I don't see it being 4-0 again, but I would favour, I think most people watching would favour Girvan in that match. But Belmont has shown incremental improvements game on game, day by day.
Absolutely. And on day 1 we were talking, weren't we, about how he was a slow starter. That certainly wasn't the case at spells yesterday. Yeah,
sometimes the opposite actually. Sometimes he was decent for the first couple of legs and then kind of tailed off in the match. So again, all the players are looking for that sort of golden mean, aren't they? That bit of consistency that Girvan found yesterday. And if any of the players in the bottom 3 can do that, then they'll finish top of that mini table. And whoever does it in the top 3 will finish top of that mini table.
Absolutely. It's as simple as that. Let's get into the action, shall we? And hand over to Henry Deacon.
Abby, morning everyone. Welcome along to Wednesday here at the MODUS Super Series, where we will decide the first place into Saturday night's final. And to kick us off is Stefan Bellmont up against Nathan Girvan, the man who leads the table overnight, going into the final day's action on 16 points. But there is a chasing pack of Danny Lauby and Sebastian Bialecki hot on his tail to try and snatch that place at Saturday night's finals, although Girvan does have a 15-leg difference lead over both the American and the Pole. But what we're going to see from Stefan Bellmont today, he's slowly getting better as the days go on here at the Super Series. And he's going to have to be his tip-top best right from the very get-go.
Hey, first
against
look at
Girvan.
Stefan to throw first. Game
Leads
on.
the way going into the final day. Owen Binks is your referee throughout the rest of the week. And it is Belmont who gets wonderful Wednesday underway here at the Super
40.
Series. Right, there are 15 games to be decided today, and it will decide who will not just win the group, but
96.
also who's going to be placed in the other groups this week. Second and third will be placed into Group B, and then 4th, 5th and 6th will find their way in
140.
Group C. That takes place tomorrow and Friday morning from 9:30. Happy to say that with me in the commentary booth
136.
today is Chris Murphy. Chris.
Morning, Henry. How are you today?
Not too bad, not too bad. Always looking forward to a good day of tungsten drama, and we're certainly going to get that today.
Absolutely. And as I was saying to Abby at the
100.
top, it does have the feel, doesn't it, of a tale of two tables. A little kind of, not meaningless table at the bottom, but maybe for
59.
bragging rights and confidence going into Group C between the bottom three, featuring Stefan Bellmont. And then Girvin leading the pack at the top with himself ahead of Lowby and Biowetsky. Perhaps, Henry, I don't know what you think of this, it'll be the games
91.
against each other in those three leagues that make the difference. Although it does set up the potential for spoilers, doesn't it, Stefan, trying to be just that in this game?
Exactly that. It's a table of two halves.
94.
You
Stefan,
think
you've got
possibly the top
130.
three is set in stone unless someone in the bottom of that pack on 6 points makes a run for it today, and maybe there's a slip from Biowetsky or Lauby. But I think Belmont's the player out of those in that bottom half of the group is the one we're most
Nathan, you
intrigued
require
by.
160.
In fairness, they've all kind of cancelled each other out in the fact that they've shown brilliance at times, but it just hasn't quite been consistent enough. But Belmont's going to have a chance at the double 18 to win the opening leg of the day with throw.
Stefan, you require 36.
And this would be just the start he would have wanted,
Game shot the
just to
first
settle
leg.
himself into
Stefan
Wednesday here
Bellmont.
at the Super Series and give himself a 1-0 lead over Nathan Girvin. If you're going to play Girvin, if you're Belmont's mind
Second
of
leg is Nathan to
thinking,
throw
you'd think,
first.
well, let's have it first game of the day.
Yeah, good point, and particularly after that 4-0 defeat yesterday. And just want to point out, because Abby's been giving me a few digs over the last couple of days, that is my
140.
first prediction correct. I did say it won't be 4-0 again, and Belmont has delivered, so well done, Chris Murphy. Self-praise is still praise.
59.
Referring to yourself in the third person, Chris?
100.
Well, the question in this group is about three people, isn't it? Who will be the top three? Of course, who's going to be the number one? And I mean, we've chatted off air before, Henry, and in the little preview show that we did on YouTube. By the way, those of you who just can't wait for an early morning dose of darts debate, then you can tune in to the
55.
MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for a little mini preview with Abby and the couple of commentators. Today it was myself and Henry, but I have to admit, Henry, I've had enough. I'll be leaving you at the end of this session, replaced by
85.
someone with rather more expertise than myself, but we will reveal that later in the show.
Am I doing something wrong? Because I seem as if I'm getting rid of commentators all the time. They not want to work with me or something.
Yeah, it's not me, it's you, Henry.
83.
The Girvin is playing decent darts, but his body language wouldn't reflect that. He's not happy with
96. Nathan, you require 123.
some of the visits that he's producing. He'll be happy with the ball here.
Game shot in the
And
second
he's bedded
leg.
it absolutely
Nathan
perfectly.
Girvin.
It is as easy as 1, 2, 3 for Nathan Girvin.
Indeed it is, and that could be
Third leg, it's Stefan to
the blue
throw
touch
first.
paper lit for the day. He's averaging 94.2, but the way he was playing yesterday, you're expecting big things from the young Scot.
60.
And we saw last week with Conor Heenahan, didn't we, where he won 5 from 5 on Tuesday, and we'll probably having a similar conversation about it looks as if he can just win a fair share of matches, he's through. And we saw it didn't correlate. I suppose there is a danger sometimes when you lead overnight that you can perhaps, with the wrong mindset, feel too comfortable
60.
with the lead that you got at the top.
Yeah, and I think that's a great example of Conor. I mean, not just Conor Heenan, but
100.
what about Scott Walters?
Mm.
Shorter Group C. He won his first 5 matches last Thursday. I joked to him in an interview that he didn't have to turn up the next day. I didn't think he'd take it literally.
28.
Is that another one of your predictions, Murph?
Well, yeah, I think that was a bit of a curse I put on Walters. Nobody could have predicted what unfolded
91.
last week. Not even Mystic Meg and Nostradamus combined. Well, even this
180.
will
Nathan,
be
you've got
getting Belmont
170.
down to a checkout, which means that he doesn't have to go for this, even if he had found the two treble 20s.
96.
By the
Is
way,
it-
if you're going to dig me out about predictions, Henry, let's be having yours. Girvin to top the group?
Yes, and I think the top three is set in stone.
In that order.
99. Nathan, you require
I'd say so, yeah.
74.
There we have it.
Game
There we
shot
have
the
that.
third leg.
Nathan Girvin getting a break of
Nathan
throw, a
Girvin.
very clean kill of 74. We haven't actually seen a dart miss at double yet in this game. One dart for Belmont hit the 36 in leg
Against
one.
Nathan to
The bullseye
throw
checkout of
first.
1, 2, 3
Belmont.
in leg two for the Scot, and then that nice, clean, clinical kill of 74 for the league leader.
However, you do want me to put my head above the parapet. I think Alec Small
100.
might win the daily table. I'm expecting a push from him today.
That's a big call. But I do agree, and said to Abby at the top of the show, we've seen glimpses from Alec Small,
57.
just not prolonged periods of excellence.
I think it's a statement you could probably make about all of the bottom three in this group.
140.
We've seen signs, but we haven't seen spells.
Well, the signs are looking good for Nathan Girvin. Of course, a couple of pretty decent mentors in his corner, hasn't he? Alan Suter, whose academy
40.
was a product of, and Chris Mason offering advice as well. Well, Mason will be back.
130.
Is he back next week?
Yes, I believe he's. I think he might even be here on Saturday potentially, but don't quote me on that. Does that mean our
59.
guest commentator would have had
Nathan,
enough of me already?
131.
Well, he's got all the time in the world here. That won't matter. Girvin
28.
started strongly here. And Belmont isn't going to be in finishing range after these darts.
Well, Switzerland has 4 official languages. Well, he needs a fifth here, Stefan Bellmont. He needs the darts to do the talking.
94. Nathan, you record 103.
Can Nathan make his darts do the talking? 11 for double 16.
87.
And that was nearly word perfect, dart perfect from Girvan. He's going to return, though, for the double 8 upon his return for a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, it's far from perfect from his opponent in this leg as well. Barely halfway through it
93.
after a dozen
Nathan,
darts.
you require 16.
He is on a finish after 15, but you don't fancy him to come back. Maybe more so now. That's awkward. That's very, very awkward.
No score.
That's unlucky.
Stefan, you record
He went for
158.
the half of the bed that was available and could not have been closer without going in. But no dartful dodger act happening here from Stefan Bellmont.
58. Nathan, you require 16.
He's being kept under lock and key so far.
Well, this was a game of
Game shot on the 4th leg.
pin the tail on the
Nathan
donkey.
Girvin.
He'd be pretty close, wouldn't he? With all of those darts right on the wire. But finally, he
If they get
finds the
Stefan to throw first.
required
Game
segment and is now just one away. All those misses at double have seen his average, by the way, drop from 100 to less than 90. Shows how fluid averages can be in this short format.
99.
Because if you look at the scoring phase, in the ton plus throws, Girvan's 6-2 up. Ton 40 throws, Girvan's 3-1 up. Belmont's got the only max of the matches you could see on the graphic that now departs our screen. Maybe Belmont could get a second. No, not on this occasion.
140.
I think until we do reveal who the guest commentator is, Henry, my
140.
worthy replacement, we'll give a few clues throughout the day, shall we? Until it's revealed. Not now. We won't start now. We'll start in the next match. And I'm going to leave my big shoes under the table for... Here's the first clue.
92.
Him to fill.
That's narrowed it down by 50%.
You don't know how I'm spelling Phil.
99. Stefan, you require 170.
The big fish on offer for both players. Making a splash here, the Swiss. Who takes out
on the 5th leg.
the sweet finish.
Stefan Bellmont.
The 170 from absolutely nowhere. And Belmont is back in it.
He's as happy
Nathan
as a big
first.
fish on the
Game on.
stage. But it is Girvin who has the darts for the match. It could be an act of darting divines that could end in vain.
140.
Didn't give his opponent a shot at the very same checkout, the biggest of the lot.
121.
I know that his wife lives and breathes every dart when she watches him.
57.
He'd just be picking herself back up off the floor, having leaped off whatever sofa or chair she was sat on.
97.
She did send him in with some chocolate yesterday, actually. Mrs. Belmont, I've not seen any of it.
We'll have to ask the production crew, see where
98.
it went. Mind you, I can imagine where it went.
$121.
Well, the 1-2-1 doesn't leave Belmont on a makeable outshot, and having just taken out 170,
60.
you would have fancied something meaty again. But he could be in a good spot to break here. Girvin may well have to take out the 146 in a game that has just completely turned around. 10 leaves double
130.
16.
146.
Girvin must hit.
And won't. And Belmont returns for the double 16 to make it 3 apiece. And as Chris rightly
91.
said, this 170 has changed the game on
32.
its head. Belmont's really upped it here.
Well, that's the first dart he's missed.
Game
Double
shot
in
the
the
sixth
game, but
leg.
he doesn't make a habit of it.
Stefan Bellmont.
And he's forced his way back into contention. Not only that, as he comes from 3-1
Seventh
behind,
and
he's
final
actually
leg,
got the
Stefan to
darts
throw
in the
first.
decider.
Game on.
May we already see a huge moment in this final day's action in Group A. Defeat here would still put Girvin in an okay position. He'd still be on 16 points. He will still have a
96.
sizable lead in the legs difference. But Danny Lowby would then have the opportunity in the next match against Alec Small to go level on points and apply maximum
100.
pressure on the young Scot.
Our times are changing. Are we seeing the Heenan effect
140.
played out again? The Walters effect could be possible. I don't see him losing all 5. Just can't see that happening to Nathan Girvin.
96.
But then they said that about Rory McIlroy all those years ago.
Teed you up for that one.
59.
Well, Girvin in a bit of trouble here. He's got options on 305. Starts on 18s. Now needs a couple of treble 20s to leave a finish. Isn't going to get them.
58.
I saw Danny Baggish put a bit of a debate about that on social media yesterday. It was interesting. About what's the best way to go. Because if you hit the treble 18, you still do need a couple of trebles.
Well, he leaves himself on 110, where he will definitely start on the 20s. And
100.
right
Stefan,
at the
you
very
require
get-go on
110.
Wednesday, we could have a sizable moment if Stefan Bellmont can take out this 110 for the match. And across to the 18, 72 remains.
Well, we've seen the
54.
maximum finish.
Nathan, you record
In this.
147.
Is it going to be won with a 147 break? And now he's got an intruder on the stage. That's all he needs. Big moment. And he's not up to it, and Belmont will get match darts.
58. Stefan, you require
Put him on 8
56.
points. It would keep Girvin on 16. Tops he wants. But it drags just underneath. He's had 2 match darts, and Nathan Girvin could complete
89.
an act of darting escapology if he can take out the 89.
Once again, sets himself. 20 segment. Needs the ball. We've seen it hit twice in this match. And we've seen it hit again to win the match.
Nathan Girvin
grabs glory. He snatches victory from the jaws of defeat after Belmont bounced back from 3-1 behind in a brilliant opener to today's session. Both players averaging around that 90 mark. Belmont with the only 180 in the game. He had that beautiful 170 finish as well that really seemed to have turned the tungsten tide. But Girvin with a 1-2-3, and crucially, that second bullseye finish for him, the 89 to win the match, picks up the points and pulls further clear at the top of the table.
Good morning. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just witnessed Nathan Girvin win his 8th successive match at the Super Series. He had to come through a last leg decider in what was a topsy-turvy match. The Scottish youngster looked to be heading towards his first defeat in 8, but held his nerve. He's taken out some big combination finishes this week. He added a 1-2-3 on the bull early on, and despite that big fish finish from Belmont that you can see there, he held on to win in the last leg decider on the bull yet again. A fantastic win, showing all that Scottish steel early on this morning to keep himself top and in contention, of course, to top Group A. There you can see it. He moves on to 18 points. Danny Lowby, of course, up next. He's on 14. He can keep that gap to 2 if he wins this next match. He's taking on Alec Small. Danny, of course, performed considerably better yesterday, more to the standard that we expect to see from him. Here we can see him taking out that 1-5-2 the highest checkout of this week so far. Of course, his opponent then went on to equal that, but it was a fantastic checkout in that match. Let's get into the action then with Chris Murphy, and also the worst parallel parker that I have ever seen in my life in Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Abby. I'll drop the local taxi number on a post-it note a little bit later on. So then, game 2 of our day sees Danny Lowby, who is second in the league table, take on Alec Small. I can't believe she said that live on air. But for Danny Lowby, huge game now for him. It's that difference between possibly group on or group over, and perhaps he would have watched that last leg between Belmont and Girvin, and perhaps felt that Belmont would have put the turnaround in there. And I wonder how the psychology of that, the practice room, could come into play.
Yeah, good point. And there's certainly a few parallels between this game and that one. With Lauby at the top of the table and Small at the bottom of the bunch. Girvin is now perfectly parked in position 100. Lauby very neatly slotted in between him and Biowetsky. 100.
Can you just park it, Murph?
Well, you can't, by the sounds of it.
100.
Anyway, we'll stop. I wasn't even there, but yeah, I know that a few people have been traumatised by the whole experience.
You're starting to grind my gears.
Yeah, I'll give you a break.
97.
You must have been tired. Right, that's it anyway. Done. Henry is rubbish at parallel parking. That's official. But he's not bad in the old commentary box. So do your thing.
45.
Ironically, it was this tournament that gave me the break. But let's get back to the first leg. Alec Small there, leaving a bogey on 159, whereas Lowby finds himself on 107 after 15. In a game you sense even at this early juncture he's got to win.
Actually, where were you all going last night that I wasn't invited to? That's what I want to know.
We'll discuss that in leg 2 because Lowby wants 107 here. Tops
87.
For a ton plus to open up his day. Alec Small returns for a ton topper of his own. Tops.
60.
But 2 nice darts on the wire which came and went.
Game shot the
they
first
were very
leg.
close.
Danny Lowby.
We're just seeing those little moments, aren't we, in these matches early on. Like, seems to be keeping the separation between the top 3 and the bottom 3. But it could have been different. It could have been very interesting had Belmont got the job done against Girvin. And it could have already been interesting in this game had one of those 2 darts found the red bit. Parked between the lines, you might say.
96.
Well, Nathan Girvin wants to keep Lowby at bay today. And if he does, he'll get himself through to Saturday night. He'll get the perfect ticket to do just that.
You do realise that you're actually taking the mick out of yourself here, Henry?
100.
Sometimes you need a bit of self-deprecation, Murph. Although I don't know why it was a good idea to ask Owen Binks for direction on how to park.
Owen Binks is
34.
What he says goes in this tournament. He is the man keeping order. There he is. One of our team of referees.
57.
Binks, Hinks, Corstefine, the main men here at the MODUS Super Series.
48.
And our team of comms is going to be growing as well. We mentioned that we're going to have a special guest, and we mentioned we're going to give you a
57.
few clues. The next one
96.
Is that I would say that this commentator
96. Alec,
is Premier League level.
22. $97. Danny requires 79.
Lowby has been a level above Small in terms of the league table, but Small could get himself level If he
And he
can
requires
take out this 25, this would be for a hold of throw and
No
to level us
score.
up at one apiece, but he's hit the treble 9,
And
he's
he
busted the
required
score.
8.
And could that be a turning point early on in this match?
Game
Because the
shot
double
the
four
second
goes,
leg.
Lauby
Danny
breaks,
Lauby.
he opens up a 2-0 lead. And that could have been a criminal mistake from Alec Small.
Well, it's the conventional
it's
route,
Danny
isn't
to
it,
throw
on 25
first.
to go for a 9, but that is one of the issues with it. Hit the treble.
80.
You bust your score. 27, it's too many, but there are other areas. Some people say go 1 double 12. I
60.
actually. Oh, I mean, there are other routes. Before I go on to that, I've seen Robert Thornton in consecutive
100.
visits. He goes 17 double 4. Seen him bust on the treble and the double. So a lot of jeopardy in that route.
81.
But I do like that 1 double 12 route. I also like the 5 double 10 employed by players that are
100.
that way inclined.
$60.
But it's all Lowby with part thanks to that bust.
100.
He would move within 2 points of Girvin again. Remember, they still have to play each other, so it's not all signed and sealed.
180. Danny Rick,
Small
121.
fires in a 180 to get a point in front of Lowby, but treble 17 and the ball would seal the leg.
42.
That's not happening.
And it require
Is there a way back here
120.
for Small?
Not now, he's hit the single 1.
80.
I wonder
And he
in that
requires
scenario
79.
when you go for the 120, just try and ensure the first dart hits the big 20. Try and hit it towards the top of the treble wire to guarantee. Oh, talking about lack of
39.
guarantees.
And
Lauby's
required
gone high on the
40.
20 when he was on 60.
Game
And it's
shot
been a
third
game
leg.
of mistakes
Alec
in the
Small.
setup approach play so far. And Alec Small breaks back after he bust 25 in the last leg.
For
Danny
Vince, Alec
Lauby
to
missed the
throw
board with
first.
60 remaining.
Game on.
It's been an error-strewn game on the approach play.
Just wonder, Henry, if
43.
having seen Small bust earlier, Lowby was thinking too much about whether he might bust by hitting the treble 20 there,
100.
which is why he chose to go high, but ended up missing the segment completely.
60. $134.
Problem is, though, it's one of the basics of the game.
44.
Yeah, he shouldn't be missing entirely, but I do think as well 60, we spoke about it yesterday. It's one
81.
of those really awkward finishes, isn't it, with 2 darts? Even if it's almost like he was trying to hit tops to leave an open bed. But he didn't play
39.
it safe enough, but then when you do play it safe, you end up blocking tops, don't you? So it's a difficult one.
It's a stacker's double, isn't it?
130.
And that is perfect from Lauby, as good as it could have got. 56 after 12. And he's going to get time. And this is
91. Danny
for his
Rick,
second
56.
break in succession. Tops, double 10.
Game
And
shot
it is
the
3-1.
fourth
And Lauby is a leg
Danny
away
Lauby.
from keeping himself in the picture at the top of Group A and to pile the pressure on
We've let
Nathan
Danny to throw
Girvin,
first.
who they
Game
do
on.
face off against each other in both of their next matches.
Do you think that
140.
Girvin will be worried at all by this performance? I know he'll be 2 points behind him ahead of a game against him, but I don't think we've seen
83.
a high level from Lowby in this one.
Thing is, though, we saw on Monday, Lauby can hit different kinds of levels. He can play
55.
around here and get points, but we also saw him raise the level to about a 96, 97. And I think both players will know the consequences of
41.
that match, and that can do one thing or another in terms of confidence, in terms of standards, in terms of levels.
57.
But Nathan Girvin knows that if he wins that game, he's pretty much got 1 foot in the final. And that, again, can be a double-edged sword.
39.
Yeah, things could be settled pretty quickly here on Wednesday in terms of who makes it through in that top spot and gets
59.
the luxury of 2 days off before finals night, or things could be extended and go right down to the wire. We will know more over the
58.
next hour or so. Do stay with us here on Sporty Stuff TV.
60.
And of course, for those of you watching on YouTube, welcome along. Don't forget to subscribe to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, where we're going to have plenty of content over the next few days and few weeks. We're going to grab some stuff with the players and things like that. We're going to be very interactive across our social media platforms. So do give us a follow as well on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram at MSS Darts. As Alec Small looks to take out the 140. He may have to stay in the match. Double 10.
120.
A whisker of a wire away. And now Lauby is 2 darts away from the win.
And the double.
In the double. Shot on the match. Danny Lowby.
Double success for the players at the top of the table. The top 2 win their opening matches. Girvin 4-3 over Stefan Bellmont. And Danny Lowby eases to a 4-1 success over Alec Small, ahead of their clash at the peak of the pile. That's coming up in a couple of games' time. But before that, Sebastian Bialecki will take on Jamie Kelling.
Hello, good morning and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. We're 2 games in and we've seen the 2 players at the top of the table get their first points on the board already. There you can see it, Danny Lowby, the 4-1 winner in a game where setup play wasn't really a strength for either player early on. Errors from both. Danny Lowby not at the level we saw from him yesterday, but crucially doing enough to get a win on the board. 57% checkout success there, as you can see. As for Alec Small, well, he came into today's action having hit the most 180s out of anyone in Group A. He added another 1 to his tally today, but not hitting the levels that we saw glimpses of during yesterday's action. We'll take a little look at what that does to the table. As you can see, Danny Lowby now 2 points behind Nathan Girvin in that race to qualify for finals night this morning. But moving on to our next game, we do have Sebastian Bialecki taking on Jamie Kelling. Jamie Kelling actually coming into this one with the only player aside from Nathan Girvin to have an overall checkout percentage over 40%. But there you can see Sebastian Bialecki finishing not really been a strength of his so far this week, but taking out that 152, levelling the highest checkout that we've seen so far, both him and Danny Lowby hitting that finish. So let's move on then to our next game. I'll be a bit kinder to Henry this time and just say his name, Henry Deacon and Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thanks, Abby. Very charitable. Sebastian Bialecki is looking to follow in the footsteps of his fellow top 3 players and not be very charitable to the bottom 3 after both Girvan and Lauby got the better of Belmont and Small in this breakaway league in Group A. And we have seen some good and some bad, I would say, so far today.
Okay, first leg is Sebastian to throw
The first match was
Game
thrilling,
on.
exciting, dramatic. Had a couple of big bullseye finishes as well. In fact, Stefan Bellmont superseded the 152s that were hit yesterday, didn't he, with that 170 checkout. And Danny Lowby just kind of eased to victory without having to go through the gears in his 4-1 win against Alec Small. Biowetsky, it's now like, it's almost like the gauntlet has been laid down, isn't it? And he has to follow suit.
You sense that he's at an absolute minimum going to have to win 4 from 5. You realistically think he's going to have to win 5 from 5 today if he's going to challenge at the top. And I suppose this is the issue of Biowetsky. If he does lose this
41
first game, he could dangerously look over his shoulder if someone goes on a march today. We've seen it before where you think players might be comfortable in 3rd place in the table, and then suddenly results begin to develop. And then you're suddenly chasing. You're the one chasing. And that 3rd spot isn't a certainty. And then you've got to snap yourself out of that cycle straight away. And that's not easy, but this has been a really good start for Biowetsky to the day, leaving 66 after 12 with the darts.
140. Sebastian,
and so what will be the route for the 66?
Taking a detour. 88.
50.
Destination not arrived at yet.
60.
And Abby mentioned Kelling's finishing prowess. Is he going to back it up in the very first leg? Not quite, and he'll be disappointed because that was plumb.
Sebastian, you require 16.
It most certainly was, and so 88. And again, we said yesterday, the way the first dart lies in the board, it could be a bit awkward, but it wasn't in the end for Biowetsky. A good last dart sees him win his first leg of the day, the opening leg of the match. He leads Jamie Kelling by a leg to 0, and
second leg is Jamie to throw first.
Just needs to get as many points on the board as possible today. He knows that most likely, most probably, he may not get into Group B. But he wants to get himself in the best shape possible, give himself as much confidence as possible going into tomorrow's action.
Yeah, all of Kelling, Small and Belmont
84.
only won 1 match yesterday each, having won 2 matches apiece the day before. So it does, we were talking about Biowetsky having to answer the question posed by the top 2. It does also give Kelling the opportunity to make his mark as the best of the rest, doesn't it, this match?
Give yourself as much confidence going into most likely Group C tomorrow, where the bottom 3 in this group will be joined by Aaron Monk, Kurt Parry and Lee Cox tomorrow and Friday from 9:30. And then 2nd and 3rd will be in Group B alongside, have a listen to this for a casting lineup, Colin Osborne, Matt Dennant and Scott Williams. That's going to be some group tomorrow night.
55.
Just looking at the next few fixtures in this group, and I think we're going to start to see over the next hour or so what's going to happen to Danny Lowby, because he takes on Nathan Girvan next, and his match after that, round about 11:30, will be against Sebastian Bialecki. So he's got the other top two to play.
100.
If he wins both of those games, he's going to find himself at the top of the table. If he loses both, he's probably going to find himself out of contention to take that top spot.
And because of his cushion over the
96.
players below,
Jamie require 101.
his group could slowly peter out.
Double 16.
69. Sebastian, you require 104.
Can't get a dart at the same target.
56.
So Kelling
Jamie
will
require
return
32.
and based on what we've
James
seen
on
so
the
far, will
second
hit
leg.
and has hit.
Jamie Kelling.
And so level we are at 1 apiece. Blue touch paper yet to be
Third leg, it's
lit in this
Sebastian to throw
particular
first.
match. We've seen moments where potentially someone could get a rhythm going,
100.
but just waiting for someone to go through the gears a little bit here.
100.
I wonder what Seb would have been thinking going into today, because he's got a healthy lead over the three below him, but he's got a lot of ground to make up
85.
on those above him. Is there a danger again that he could see today be a day where he may not be playing for much because he may not be able to win the group, and it looks as if third could be secured quite early?
Has to win all 5 for me. Biowetsky, if he's going to win the group, has to beat both of Lowby and Girvin and get the job done against the bottom 3.
180.
That will help him against one of them here. Yeah, if he manages to match Girvin on
100.
points, it's unlikely that he's going to overhaul that healthy leg difference that Girvin still got, despite only winning his first match by 1 leg.
96.
But he's in a good spot in leg 3 here, the pole, on tops after 12.
$85. Sebastian, you require 40.
For a 13 dart leg.
Games on the
Double
third
10
leg.
will do for 14,
Sebastian
and we're just seeing
Bialecki.
Sebastian Bialecki go up a level here. The average has moved on to 87.3.
Fourth leg, it's Jamie
How
to throw
can Kelling
first.
respond in leg 4? And this has kind of been Kelling's base level all week, hasn't it?
80.
Around about the 83, 84 mark.
The Robin Hood there from Jamie Kelling. Unfortunate.
135.
They do teach you to try and follow the darts that are there, don't they? He does that
98.
too well and end up getting nothing for your trouble. Even in soft tip, it wouldn't count.
78.
Actually, it might, because it might force the
96.
dart that's already in the board to hit it again.
$94.
We see a number of players in this competition play a bit of soft tip as well. Akira Suzuki, who we saw earlier this year, a very
85.
prominent player, perhaps the most prominent player on the soft tip circuit, along with Paul Lim. Very big market for out in Asia and the Far East.
84. Jamie Rock 142.
But back here in the United Kingdom, Kelling wants 142 to make it 2-2, and so Biowetsky will return for
90.
110.
Sebastian, you
But break
require
a throw and a
110.
3-1 lead, and to get the opportunity to provide a healthy opening win to his day. One dart, a double 16.
78. Jamie requires 52.
Goes wide, so Kelling returns for 52, 4-2-2.
Game
He's
shot
making a
the
game of
fourth
it.
leg. Jamie Kelling.
Jamie Kelling just keeps himself hot on the heels of Sebastian Bialecki, who does have the advantage of throwing first in this match.
Fifth leg,
but
it's Sebastian to throw first. Game
one
on.
off leg, one opportunity might be all it takes for Kelling, who's living up to that checkout percentage so far, 50% in this match.
140.
He's hitting half of his attempts. Biowetsky roughly a quarter.
140.
And again, it's been another trademark of Kelling this week. When he's got the opportunities on the double, by and large, he has taken them. But at times, it's been the scoring phase of a leg, which has denied him points, denied him victories. Because his opponents just had a little bit too much time at times to pin that double. I know we say scores for show and doubles for dough, but if you are severely struggling in the scoring department, then you're not going to get the opportunities at double.
He did beat Biowetsky 4-1 on Monday,
100.
Jamie Kelling. And was only beaten in the last leg decider by this opponent yesterday. So he knows it's a tricky test. Does the Polish player?
Needed a second treble, gets a second treble. And so Biowetsky now needs this 145 to keep hold of his throw. And how quickly these best of 7 games change. Kelling could break and put himself on the hill.
He's chosen tops. Is it the right choice?
36.
He had plenty of it to look at. You can see from that camera angle there. Biowetsky will get the opportunity to edge ahead again. All on throw so far in this match.
44.
But it might not remain that way.
Jamie require 40.
Because Kelling does return for tops.
Game shot
For the break.
leg.
And it could well be make or break for Sebastian Bialecki now. If he harbours hopes, harbours ambitions of winning Group A, he's going to have to win the remaining 2 legs, you feel, to win this match. To do so, if he loses this, then he may have a nervous little look over his shoulder with both Kelling and Belmont on 8 points if JK can get over the line. But that's an opening for Seb.
It would be almost impossible. It would certainly be improbable for Biowetsky to move up to top of the table if he doesn't win this match by the end of the day, because he's already 6 points adrift of Nathan Girvin. That could become 8. So he'd have to win all his and hope Girvin lost all his from that point and overturn a massive deficit, which would be at least 15 legs if he loses this game.
100.
That's effectively a 4-game swing.
100.
With only 4 games remaining for each of the players in this group from the conclusion of this match. And you don't want to go anywhere after this is done, because we're going to see the top 2 in action as Nathan Girvin takes on Danny Lowby. And that's why this victory is so key for Seb. You'd kind of hope for a Lowby victory in that one, because it bunched the pair together and just give them an opportunity to maybe sneak through via the back door.
97. Jamie Rock 138.
He needs himself on 64 unless Kelling can take out the 138, which he won't. So Biowetsky will return for 64 for a break and to take us all the way.
Take
us all the way and to effectively take control. It's only 1 dart. 1 dart.
Game shot,
and that's all he needs. That's all it takes. So now 1 leg will decide the destination of this darts match.
And here's Biowetsky with the darts.
Final leg is Sebastian to throw first.
A leg that could dictate his destiny. If he wins it, he's still in with a shout of progressing through Group A. Okay, it'll be a tall order, but he still have a chance. Loses it, and he will just look over his shoulder a little bit with JK and Belmont both on 8. And he doesn't want to then lose the next one and then really have a nervous look.
A reminder, it was 4-3 to Sebastian Bialecki when the pair met yesterday, but he was throwing second in that match. In fact, I better double check that.
140.
No, he wasn't. He was throwing first. I do apologise. So it's exactly the same situation.
138.
And he's put himself on a finish first.
He leaves the fish. Saw Stefan Bellmont get it in the first game of the day, but that was in vain. And Biowetsky doesn't even have to go for it now. He's got 6 for it.
94.
Moves across to treble 18 to leave himself on 76 after 12. Kelling needs 2 trebles. Well, he needs something as an absolute minimum.
100. Sebastian requires
Manages
76.
to find one in the middle of those 2 darts. Biowetsky is going to get 1 at tops to win it. And only needs 1 at tops to win it to keep his hopes of progressing through Group A alive. He does so with a 90.77 average, 4 from 11 on the checkout. It's a high out of 76, which we just saw there. And so he is still in the race. But when we return after this short break, we're going to see the top 2 contenders to progress in action as Nathan Girvin takes on Danny Lowby.
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just seen Sebastian Bialecki keep his hopes of finishing top alive there. You can see coming through a last leg decider. We mentioned Kelling's impressive finishing stats before that game, 43% for him in that one, but too many treble-less visits, the issue for him in that match. Seb's scoring power was certainly superior throughout, though. He keeps himself in the race for top spot, as I just mentioned. his finishing improving significantly as that match went on. If we take a little look at the table, we can see that next up it is a top of the table clash between Girvin and Lowby. Lowby with the opportunity to get joint on 18 points with Girvin if he is to win that. But if you look at the legs difference column, it is Girvin with a significant advantage there. And at the bottom of the table, 3 players still on 6 points, so that gap getting even bigger between the top 3 and the bottom 3. So as I said, it is Nathan Girvin who is up next. We've already seen him take out a 1-2-3 this morning. This a 1-2-4 from yesterday's action against Stefan Bellmont. We've seen some really, really impressive combination finishing from him over the course of the 3 days. But this, the top of the table clash, we're about to get underway, and it could be a really, really significant win in the final standings of the day. So in the company of Chris Murphy and Henry Deacon, let's get this one underway.
Thanks, Abby. Here we go then, this top of the table tussle between Nathan Girvin and Danny Lowby. And probably a bigger game for Lowby than it is for Girvin. It is recoverable for him if he were to lose the match, but you would think that if he wins it, then probably Girvin will go on and grab that spot at finals night. 6 players from the 12 in action this week will be on that stage on Saturday in front of a live audience, and you could be in that audience as well. Tickets available for free from dartshop.tv.
57.
Nathan Girvin could be on the brink
60.
if he can claim victory in this one. He'd go on to 20 points, 4 points clear of Lauby, but as Murph rightly mentioned, the legs difference
42.
is a bonus point for him at the minute. I think if Girvin wins this one, I can't see how he wouldn't go through from this juncture. Lauby's going to have to do something a little bit special to get through. He's more than capable of doing it. Absolutely.
44. 60.
Just a tentative and cagey start to this. And both players know the significance of this match. And we mentioned actually in the build-up to this in the last game, these types of fixtures can go one way or the other. Because of the situation, the circumstance, and what's at stake, it can either inspire or it could make it a cagey encounter.
Yeah, I think that even though it's a slow start from Girvin in this game, 3 scores now in the 40s, it's actually Lauby who's got much more to lose in defeat here.
65.
So you wouldn't really see cause for Girvin to get nervy.
$60. Danny require 80.
Well, to break. Double top.
Game shot in the first
maybe
leg.
Girvin will get nervy because Lauby has broken in leg 1.
Well, he needed a break at some point. Why didn't you do it at the earliest possible opportunity? That's exactly what Danny Lowby has done. He opens up a 1-0 lead, has the throw in the second.
81.
But can the musician from America string together a run of results?
140.
That'll get him over the line.
Speaking of a run of results, it's 8 straight wins now for Nathan Girvin in this
140.
group. Lauby is looking to stop an extension of that excellent set of scorelines. But it hasn't been without drama, has it? He had an off game yesterday, a 4-3 win towards the back end of the day, and a 4-3 win this morning against Stefan Bellmont. That one was against Alec Small yesterday when he posted his worst average of the week so far, but still got over the line.
60.
He could have so easily lost that game, Girvin. That 170 check-up from Belmont
58.
Felt may have been the game changer. When it went to a last leg, you fancied the Swiss player to go on and win it. And he's not really got out the traps in this one either yet, Girvin. And so it's presented Lowby Potentially of an
100,
opportunity,
making
but
required
96 here for Girvin to get the break back.
Perfect start.
Game shot
Perfect
the
darts
second leg.
from Nathan Girvan,
Girvan.
who does level up the game at 1-1, does break back and does take back control of the contest.
Third leg, it's Nathan to throw first.
Break is not a breaker
Game
at a hold, as they famously say. And we're back where we started. Which,
60.
when you consider the start that Nathan Girvan made for the match, you'd be more than happy that he's in this situation.
100.
And he's growing into the game now.
Yeah, bounce back with a 14 dart leg to deny Lowby a shot at the 81 that he left.
100.
Following this, it will be Kelling against Belmont. I mean, the
57.
table at the start of the day was a table of two halves, as you coined it, Henry, and it's become even more so described by the first set of results, the top three beating the bottom three. Speaking of threes,
100. Nathan, you've got 161.
And suddenly we're seeing a royal turnaround in this game. It looked as if midway through the second leg, Danny Lowby had full control of it. It was at his mercy,
93.
but Nathan Girvan has wrestled it back in his direction. The average has gone up from around 71 to just under 87.
68.
That's how much he's improved over the last leg and a half. That's a bit of a flyer, so he only gets one at tops. But that flies into the single one.
yeah, shaky visit there from the Scot. The 9 didn't really matter. He was likely to only get one dart at double anyway, but he could be punished to the hilt here.
132.
As Lauby threatens a big 1-4-4.
Required 39.
That dart at the 1 did matter because he should have been coming back with 3 darts at double here. Instead, it'll be 2 at double 16, and that becomes 1 at double 8.
Game shot in the third.
But he does get over the line,
Nathan Girvan.
surviving a dart to be broken, holding, and getting his nose in front for the first time in this top of the table duel.
Fourth leg, it's Danny to throw first.
That could have been a key moment, but Girvan recovered from that mini mistake.
80.
And we saw in Lauby's first game, didn't we, against Alec Small? We saw a bust on 25. We saw missed darts at the board when 60 was left.
140.
Didn't alter the result.
96.
But they can be game-changing. And also, the other thing Danny Lauby's got to consider here is if he's going to lose, if he loses by a big
39.
margin, then he's pretty much done, you'd think.
59.
Yeah, Nathan Girvan, for him, this is the key match. Of all the 5 he will play today, this is the one that can put distance between him and his nearest rival in this group.
85.
I was so bold as to say I think he might win all 5 again in the little chat we had on YouTube at the start of the day, Henry. And
99.
the way he's bounced back from a real lacklustre opening leg fills me with even more confidence.
85. Danny Rook 167.
We're seeing levels from Girvan. And Nathan Girvan leads 152. It was what Danny Lauby got in that brilliant game with Biowetsky. Yes, they both got a 152 finish in that game. It was actually the highest finish in the entirety of the group until the big fish from Belmont.
44. Danny
But
Rook
Lauby here
36.
wants, in comparison, an
Game
easy
shot
sum of
the fourth
36.
leg.
But it's a
Danny
big leg
Lauby.
for him because it keeps him in the game at 2-2. And it is a best-of-3 race in what could be the biggest game in Group
Nathan
A.
to throw first.
Yeah, it was all about the setup shot there for Danny Lauby. Put the pressure on Nathan Girvan on that 152 by scoring 131 to leave the double 18,
95.
which he duly hit. And it's deadlock again. And you see Lauby with the higher average by some distance as well.
96.
Much of that down to that first leg where Girvan hadn't really woken up. He had woke up at the start of the day. Brilliant match against Belmont
140.
to get the Wednesday action underway. Reminder, this is the
81.
final day of Group A, which means double sessions tomorrow and Friday. Group C in the afternoon, well, morning and afternoon, and Group B in the evening
58.
sessions. 9:30 your start time live on Sporty Stuff TV. And 10 p.m.
100.
Darts After Dark.
Sounds like one of those Yvette Fielding type programs.
56.
Well, Nathan Girvin will be hoping that he'll be having Saturday night darts after dark. If he can claim victory here, and he's on the 152 again. It doesn't go on this occasion, so Lowby will return for 1-2-4 for a break, and it'll put him within a leg of victory.
Treble 18 for the bull.
93.
We've seen that hit a few times today.
Nathan, you
Saw
require
it hit
96.
3 times in the first match of the day.
Went double 18 for tops.
56. Danny
So Lauby will return for this 31. 2 12s. Double 6.
Game
Gets
shot
it.
the 5th leg.
And he gets the
Danny
break. That's his
Lauby.
second break of the match. And he'll be hoping now he can get himself a hold, because it would seal him a 4-2 victory. And it would put him
6th leg is Danny to
level
throw first.
on points with Nathan Girvin going into the final 3 games of the group,
100.
heading into the final gallop of this darting marathon.
Yeah, broken leg 1. Did Danny Lauby was
100.
broken straight back by Girvin, who at that point then got a grip on the game, but now it's Lauby's to
59.
lose.
When the first dart enters the board like that,
140.
usually you get a maximum. 140s will do in this scenario.
100.
And the leg is up in the offing. But you'd say Girvin has wrestled the darts away from Lauby here.
55.
But it's given it straight back. It's gift wrap from Girvin.
Well, still needs to find a couple of trebles. He's done that.
To
get a couple. He's found 3.
3 of the best at the best possible time. That puts him on the brink of a 4-2 win. To put him level on points.
$42. Danny requires 62.
Well, at least he left to finish.
42.
Missed chance,
Nathan,
missed
you
match
require
start. Well, he left to finish
64.
by scoring 42 by working out. Surely he can't win it with this supersized out shot, and he can't. It's beyond him. Lauby will get 3 more for the match.
64. Danny required 20.
Double 10.
Game
For a
shot
huge
on the
victory
match,
to put
Danny
himself level on
Lauby.
points with Nathan Girvin, and to keep his hopes of progressing through Group A very much alive. It is a big victory for Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 2 over Nathan Girvin with an 88.2 average, 1 max apiece and 4 for 9 on the doubles. A high checkout of 80. So Lauby on 18, Girvin on 18, and it looks as if we're going to have a grandstand finish at the top end of Group A. We're going to take a short break, and upon our return, we're going to head into the bottom half of the table as Jamie Kelling takes on Stefan Bellmont.
Good morning. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series at the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Danny Lowby triumph in the tussle at the top of the league table. There you can see the 4-2 winner. And as Murph said, that match was probably more important for Lowby than it was for Girvin. He's averaged nearly 10 points more than his opponent in that one, condemning Girvin to his first defeat in 9 matches at the Super Series. It was an incredible run from the youngster. He stopped in his tracks by Danny Lowby, and we can see what that's done to the league table then. Lowby now level on points with Girvin, both on 18 points. Girvin with a far superior leg difference still, despite that 4-2 defeat. Up next then, we've got Jamie Kelling against Stefan Bellmont. We've been talking a lot this morning about Jamie's finishing and how good he is, how clinical he is at the back end of games. 43% checkout success in his first match of the morning. And we can see now another clip of how clinical he is on the outer ring. He takes on Stefan Bellmont, who took out the 170 in his first match. Of course, the highest checkout there is in this game. Nobody is going to better that, but this Jamie Kelling finish, the 96 from yesterday's action, just showing how clinical he is with those combination finishes. So let's get into this one then. It is Jamie Kelling up against Stefan Bellmont. Let's hand over to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, it is a meeting between two of the players who will meet again, surely, around this time tomorrow in Group C. Belmont and Kelling just in this mini-league playing out for the title of best of the rest. Both of them lost their opening matches to players in the top 3. This is the first darting duel between the 3 cellar dwellers. Can Kelling get the better of Belmont? Or will Belmont kill off Kelling in this one? We'll find out in the company of Henry Deacon. And Henry, I believe that you're going to be part of the MODUS Super Series quiz team once again this evening.
Very, very serious business. Now, I've been twice, and on both occasions, we finished runner-up. The one time I wasn't there, they ended up winning.
Well, what we want from the viewers is to give our quiz team a name for the night. So tweet in. Let us know some of your suggestions. It needs to be darting themed, obviously, and keep it usable, shall we say. It's there, you see, at MSS Darts on Twitter. You can get me at Chris Murphy 180. You can get Henry on
at H_Deacon Media.
And we will read out a few of the best answers and pick a favourite and maybe even hand out some kind of prize. Maybe a free ticket to finals night. How about that?
So am I not allowed to come up with my suggestion of Earth, Wind and Fire then? Because do you remember that it's the 21st night of September?
What was it, Earth, Wind and Fire?
Indeed.
Well, if I was coming, it could be Murph, Wind and Fire, couldn't it? But I'm not.
55.
I'm not going to spend all day with you and all evening, Henry. Sorry, pal.
Was that why you didn't come out for my drive last night?
100.
It sounded like a wise decision, to be honest. Well, Belmont in the driving seat in this one, having scored a 180 and a 140 in successive visits.
121.
So 1-2-1 for an opening leg break. Treble 17. Would have given him a dart at the ball, but Kelling needs something big, needs something sizable.
57.
And this is just for a hold.
Okay, you require 167. 57. Stefan, you require 64.
16s and 8s. Big target to aim at. And now double 8. And still
56.
a chance for Kelling, and we've seen evidence of his clinical killing off of checkouts such as this.
And he's given Kelling a sniff,
92.
and he nearly took advantage of the opportunity.
8.
Belmont returns for double 4.
Game shown the first.
And it is a break for Belmont in leg 1. Kelling had a chance, missed a dart at double 18.
Seven
Belmont
minutes,
takes full
Stefan to throw
advantage.
first.
Averaging 93 after the first leg. And I just wonder whether he's going to be another one of those players who perhaps will be placed into Group C, and maybe we're going to have to watch on Thursday and Friday as he slowly but surely progresses and gets better as the group goes on.
Yeah, it certainly has shown those small improvements
140.
day by day, maybe even game by game, Stefan Bellmont. He's already hit 2 maximums in this one. A breaker throw to the good. Looking good for Belmont, and he was
43.
as close as Kelling to winning his first match with a decent performance against the league leader Nathan Girvin.
Yeah, it's interesting. The players get an opportunity first thing in the morning to have a bit of a practice on stage, and Stefan Bellmont was pretty much on that stage practicing throughout the entirety of their allotted time, just trying to adjust himself and acclimatise himself a bit more to this stage. I wonder whether it's helping here in the early throws of day 2.
Maybe he could be the man to watch in Group C later in the week. Maybe we'll see him every day this week.
140.
Including at that finals night where, yes, tickets are free. You did hear us correctly. Dartshop.tv is the place to go to find them.
60. Stefan, you require 80.
Double 10
Game
for a 2-0 lead. And this so far has been Bellmont's best performance of the week. He's averaging a ton after 2 legs. It could be the halfway point of this game if he carries on at this rate. No ton plus throws, but 2 140 pluses and 2 maximums.
60.
He's playing at a very high level, at a very high ceiling, a ceiling we know he's got.
You think that's what they're all playing for now, isn't it? They all know they're going to be in Group C. I don't think there's any question about that anymore. But those 3 players, including the 2 on stage now and Alec Small, want to finish top of their mini league. We are going to see a couple of interesting games in the top half of the table in the next few matches, in fact, because Small will take on Biowetsky, who we think probably needs to win all of his matches. Have a chance, although that Lowby win over Girvan will have helped him a little. Then Lauby plays Biowetsky after Girvan has taken on Kelling.
96.
Maybe a 3-way race might become 2, or it could become even closer at the top.
Simply put, Biowetsky needs Kelling to beat Girvan in that one if he can get the victory in the next.
Do you think we will see all 3 of them at finals night regardless, Lauby, Biowetsky and Girvan?
I expect Girvan to be there. I'd expect Lauby to be there.
81. Jamie record 149.
The only issue is that Group B is going to be incredibly tough tomorrow. I expect Scott Williams to get through.
So Biowetsky maybe the man to miss out.
I think it'll be between him and possibly Denon.
We'll watch it unravel with Henry Deacon and a guest commentator. Next clue coming. We're going to borrow him
59
for the next couple of days.
104.
So that goes with the earlier clue. Answers on a postcard, something else you can tweet in all about.
72, Stefan, you record 160.
Well, he's had a 170 today. The 160 will not follow suit, so Kelly's going to return for this 32 to make it
74.
2-1 to
32.
half the arrears, half the deficit. And there it goes. And 2-1 it is.
Kelling.
But Kelly needs a break, a telling break, as Belmont has the darts in leg 4.
Fourth leg, it's Stefan to throw first.
So 2-1 game on. Belmont, though, still the aggressor, still the man in the box seat.
86.
This game 5 of 15 that will bring you between now and around 2 p.m. this afternoon.
26.
I've had a few tweets in about that quiz team name, Henry, but to be honest, they've all been rubbish, so I'm not even going to bother reading them out. Do better.
60.
Murphy is a hard taskmaster to please.
Yeah, I might have to come up with one myself at this rate. Help you guys out. That can be my contribution.
140.
That contribution for Jamie Kelling, very good, but following an opening score of 26 in this leg, making it hard for himself.
Incidentally, if you were to play tonight, what would be your specialist round? What would be Murphy's magical round?
I'm not too bad. I'm not too bad on music. I'll be honest. I'm not too bad on that.
Love a music round.
Go on, give us a few bars of a song. And no, don't actually. I've heard you sing before. The opening line to Henry Deacon's karaoke go-to is
96.
Hell has gone and heaven's here. Let me tell you, it's the other way round.
You're just jealous, Murph.
60.
You think what you want. Jealous of the ability of these guys, though. Those that can't talk about it, don't they? And it's those up on the stage that can do it. And we might see Jamie Kelling do to Belmont what Belmont did yesterday, the 1-4-1. Well, it's obligatory to say, there's the one.
121. Stefan, you require 100.
It's actually written in the wall book we've got in front of us, including he's missed the big number. But he hasn't there, Belmont. Will he go tops? No, decided that he liked the lie there on the treble. I'm intrigued there. I thought he would have gone for the 2 doubles, but Kelling returns here for double 10 for 2-2. And remember, Belmont was 2-0 up in this game.
It would be a controlled clinching leg for Kelling, but he's failed to find the double. Rare that we've seen him miss 3 clear darts at the outer ring over the last 3 days, and Belmont makes him pay for doing so, and is now 1 away from his first win of the day.
Kelling has the darts to stay in this particular match. The winner of this one will top the bottom half of the group. Kelling, Belmont, Small, all on 6 points.
81.
Win for Belmont will put him on to 8. I suppose it is academic, except from the fact you can at least hold the bragging rights of being the best player in Group C from the 3-day group. Although I think all 3 of those players at the bottom will be happy that come the beginning of tomorrow morning, it's going to be a clean slate.
100.
And we're likely to see all of them again, even if they don't make it through to finals tonight. It's
45.
Now a 13-week cycle, 12 weeks in qualifying for Champions Week. An awful lot of players get used. And more opportunities available for more players. We're seeing more and more debutants, more and more international players as well. Is there anyone that you haven't seen yet that is eligible that you would like to see?
60.
James Beaton, I think, is doing some good stuff on the WDF circuit. Good young player, made the semis of the Scottish Open earlier this year. Obviously, before he made his debut, James Hull, I think, was one they're very excited to see. But, I mean, maybe even someone from Europe, like a Richard Venstra or an Andy Bartons or someone from that lowland region.
95. Jamie require 80.
Well, here and now, Kelling looking at 80. It's a wayward one. It's left 65, which is a little bit awkward. Probably will go the bull route. That was the intention. He's made a right mess of this, to be honest.
33.
Everything went wrong. Every single target he went for, he missed in that visit. I don't just mean the trebles, I mean the segments.
47.
The 20 is at the top. And that is what he wants, tops.
7 was only just in, but that is perfect all of a sudden. That's the one that matters. Kelling clings on.
But it's Belmont who has the darts here to seal that 4-2 victory.
Stefan to throw first.
Minded that after this, we're going to see Alec Small against Sebastian Bialecki in a mid-table battle. Biowetski's got to win to maintain any kind of hope. It's very unlikely he'll get through Group A, but if he can win that one, then hope that there's mistakes elsewhere. He can just give himself a chance. And I wonder what it's like for these two players, because they know that the top three is out of sight.
85.
And of course they want to play their way into form, but it must be difficult when you know what you're coming back for tomorrow.
55.
Yeah, I think so, and it's hard not to just go through the motions. But of course, one element, particularly in the games against each other, is that they're going to be playing each other on Thursday and Friday, so they want to inflict a few more war wounds on their opponents.
140.
And everyone knows everyone's results against everyone. Don't believe anyone that says that they don't.
Been interesting watching Stefan Bellmont so far this week. He's not a very expressive darts player, is he? His pace rarely changes. You wouldn't know what he was thinking. You wouldn't know how he was feeling just by looking at him.
84.
He wears his flag on his sleeve, but he doesn't wear his heart on his sleeve. But I think it suits him because it keeps him measured in the big moments.
Interesting. That's a big moment. He's decided not to leave the ball. Now, I get that when someone's on 160-something, but not when they're on 120-something. But he does come back for 3 darts at double 16 to win the match after another wayward one by Kelling.
Stefan, you require 32.
2-16 for Belmont. Double 8.
24.
And that goes inside, and so Kelling returns. And can he punish Belmont here? Chops. That was high.
19.
And then he moves across to the 16. So Stefan Bellmont wants double 4 to complete a 4-2 victory and to put him on to 8 points to be the best of the rest in Group A. And there it is. He beats Jamie Kelling by 4 legs to 2. It was attritional at times, but Belmont completes the victory to be the top player in the bottom half of Group A after a couple of rounds of fixtures. 83.29 average for him, 2 maximums, 4 for 9 on the doubles, a high out of 80. So he secures his first victory of the day after losing 4-3 to Girvin in his opener. We're going to take a short break. We're going to see Alec Small back on the stage again. He takes on Sebastian Bialecki.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We've just seen Stefan Bellmont become the first player of the bottom half of the table to get a win this morning. 4-2 victory. Surprisingly, Jamie, with just 25% checkout success, Murph.
Yeah, we spoke about it earlier, didn't we? If that checkout percentage that he's been having consistently declines, then he's going to lose matches against the other players in the bottom three, and that's exactly what's happened in that match. Belmont, good value for the win. And
we did see some good darts from Stefan, but both players going through the motions, I think it's fair to say, at spells in that game.
Yeah, I think that they want to beat each other because they're going to play each other again, but it is difficult knowing that you're probably going to be in Group C. You're out of contention for the top three to get in Group B, or definitely out of contention to win the group. It is a difficult position to be in, so that their only real motivation is to get one up on that opponent ahead of a rematch later in the week.
And we can see the table now. We've got two players in Alec Small, who is bottom given the leg difference at the moment, against Biowetsky coming up next. Alec Small is someone that we highlighted at the start of the day. He didn't really show that scoring power at all in his opening match. Do you see him being able to pose a threat in this one?
Possibly, because of the little surges we've seen from him before, and I'm going to use the old cliche now of being able to play without pressure. Maybe that might bring out the best in him.
And maybe he'll be able to show that more consistently, because we have seen, as you said, in spells, he has shown that he is able to contend with anyone, but it's just showing that consistently throughout a whole match.
Yeah, we've seen Small hit some big scores, the most 180s of anybody, big checkouts as well from Alec Small. In fact, here's one of them. It's almost like we planned it. A fantastic 1-4-2. Yeah, and he's obviously a very capable player. He's just won the Champion of Champions, which is a brutal format, won by the likes of Girvin Price, Johnny Clayton, and another Welsh player won it as well in Alec Small. So, yeah, he's a very talented player. He's just putting it together for the duration of a match.
Most definitely. A Newport County fan as well, which I've always got time for. So let's get into this next match then. Chris Murphy is going to limp down to the commentary box. It's probably not going to be a sprint, is it, to join Henry Deacon?
Thank you very much, Abby. So for Sebastian Bialecki, he's going to have to win a lot from here to keep his hopes of progressing through Group A alive, up against Alec Small, who will want to, well, he'll want to be the spoiler in this group as the games go on. He plays Biowetsky, he plays Girvan in the remaining games he's got.
Okay, first leg is Alec to throw
lost out to Danny Lowby earlier on today. And it is the Welshman who gets us underway.
96.
Newport fan who plays their home matches at Rodney Parade. He's hoping to rain on Sebastian's parade.
60.
Just to check again on the scenario, Girvan and Lowby locked on 18, Biowetsky's on 14, so he can go within 2 at the end of round 12 of the pair. But what he's going to have to arrest is the legs difference bracket. He's currently 13 legs behind Girvan as things stand. So, yes, he has to win, but he also has to win big. And Chris Murphy has made 58. The leisurely stroll back down to the commentary box, and he's come bearing gifts as well. You're too kind, Chris.
Can't take credit for it, actually. It's from the Belmont family. Some nice Swiss chocolate. So if I'm quiet for the next few minutes, that's what I'm doing.
43. Sebastian, you've got 157.
Don't tell our producers and directors, will you?
I was going to take them in there, Henry, but if that's a game you want to play, then
57.
That's entirely up to you.
We'll make sure we have our allocation first.
80.
Well, Biowetsky returns for
Sebastian,
a ton.
You require 100.
Decided to go treble.
60.
So Alec Small returns to 106 to hold a throw.
Biowetsky had a
70.
big task today.
Sebastian,
And
you
that
require
Group B, although
40.
3 players from 5 get through, it does look very
Games
tough.
on the first leg.
So winning
Sebastian
as many
Bialecki.
legs as possible and as many matches as possible might be advisable for Biowetsky, who still does harbour
Second leg, it's
ambitions
Sebastian to throw first.
of closing the gap and finishing
Game
top of the
on.
table. If he wins this match, he moves within 2 of Girvin and Lowby, with Lowby still to play and with Girvin to play
47.
in the very last match of the session.
It's still possible,
100.
even if it is improbable. You just gotta hope. You just gotta believe.
85.
And as we know, one result can completely swing everything in this group.
He
57.
probably needs healthy wins, doesn't he? Because if he is to catch up with Girvin, it's likely that that last match he might still be 2 points behind
60.
and need a heavy win against Girvin. It could be that even a win
60.
couldn't eradicate the leg difference. So it's not just about winning matches now for Sebastian Bialecki, it's about winning them well.
139.
Excellent setup play from the pole to leave the big fish. And I've got to say, for a young player, his counting is excellent.
40.
Nearly did himself an injury there, Alec
Sebastian
Small.
Bialecki, 170.
That wasn't smart, Alec.
100.
I say we're a few weeks in now to this new concept of the Super Series, and I think it's been a great
Sebastian requires
success
70.
so far. Well, Sebastian gets success here. He can just stay there. Not a disaster that wayward one. Leaves
30.
tops. You could see there that the wire gets
Alec
pushed
144.
by that dart.
He should come back. It's not a guarantee. Well, it is now. So he's going to come back for tops for a 2-0 lead.
40.
And it has been quite comfortable for Biowetsky so far. Double 10.
Games
There it
on
is.
the
He could
second
just
leg.
flick it off the barrel of
Sebastian
the
Bialecki.
second dart. And that is exactly what he does. And so he opens up
Look at Alec to throw
a
first.
2-0 lead. Next to no time at all.
Every match matters for Sebastian
100.
Bialecki. Every leg matters. He was 13 behind in leg difference before this game started. From Nathan Girvin at the top,
82.
that is. He needs to be, well, at worst, 7 behind, doesn't he, going into that
26.
last match today, so he can beat him 4-0 and overturn the difference. Sounds easy, doesn't it, when you put it like that? He's got an awfully hard task on his hands, but he's making it easier and easier.
140.
Everything looks easy on paper. The reality is completely different.
140. 58. $65.
Good use of the bullseye to leave himself on a 170, a finish we've already seen today.
77. Alex,
And it'd be the moment of divine inspiration which he needs really in this game. It's
44. Sebastian
been a bit of an off one for Alec.
44.
Yeah, that is a door open for Biowetsky to walk through. The 126 left from the 170, not the
94,
desired outcome.
126.
Needs a treble 19 to get a go at the ball and gets nowhere near.
58. Sebastian, you require
Biowetsky
50.
likely to get further and further away in this match.
34. Alec, you
so
require
Small has a
68.
chance, but it's going to have to go this 68 because you think Biowetsky will take out the 16 upon his return. One dart, a double
Games
16,
on the
and he
third
takes
leg.
it.
Alec
His
Small.
first dart at double, and he converts. brings the arrears back to 2-1, but it's Biowetsky who has the honour in the fourth. And you asked me in the last game, which player we haven't seen yet in this competition, who can play in this competition, could play in it. So I'm going to return the favour to who would you like to see here at the Super Series at some point in time?
130.
I'll give you a name that I would love to see play in this event, and I think she would do very well in it. Bo Greaves.
Yes.
96.
An absolute superstar of the women's game.
100.
Also, maybe Eileen de Graaf would be another good addition, possibly at some point as well.
Yeah, come on, Eileen. Get involved.
180.
We'll see plenty of them from those players if they were
100.
to make the trip.
Well, the 180 from Biowetsky has put him back in the picture in this leg. A leg that
41. Alec, you're 164.
he was throwing first in. Tell you what, the tungsten tide could be turning. We were talking about the potential of a 4-0 whitewash win for the Polish player, but suddenly Small is likely to level.
Small's just brought his average up to near Biowetsky's.
32. Alec, requires
And
64.
despite Small's struggles, Biowetsky wasn't ripping up trees himself. So 8-8 here for a break of throw and for 2-2.
48. Sebastian, you require 112.
Big moment this, isn't it? Big, big moment for Biowetsky. And that is very, very inviting. He's used it to great effect to leave himself double 16.
96.
Is that the one that got
Alec,
away?
requires 16.
2 4s.
8.
I can't believe he's missed that last dart. 2 well-thrown
Sebastian, you
darts, but
require
both the wrong
16.
side of the wire. And so Biowetsky's back for the 8-8 for a 3-1 lead.
With a helping hand from the 4-4 wire, and now he needs help from the 4-4, but he can't find it either.
Alec, you
Double
require
trouble here
8.
at the Super Series. And now he's the other side. And now he's inside.
6.
And now he's offside.
Sebastian, you require 8.
And Biowetsky get this 4-4 in the right side. No, that's a wide.
Well, he's lucky that he's still throwing a double here, because that could have easily crept into the 18.
Game shown
And
the fourth
Biowetsky
leg.
finally gets
Sebastian
over the line
Bialecki.
with a huge slice of fortune in that leg. A 3-1 lead for the young Pole. And Alec Small
Fifth leg is Alec to throw
will be
first.
feeling
Game on.
a little bit sick at the moment, because he had every opportunity.
90.
Remember, before that leg, he'd only had one dart at double and he'd hit it. He actually hit a dart at double in that leg, if you remember. Seems like a long time
43.
ago, but he hit double 16 inadvertently and then proceeded to miss 7.
I didn't have a beard at that point in the leg.
57.
Is that what you call it?
I can take the parking puns, but the beard is my
140.
limit.
Okay, I'll leave you alone.
A close shave.
46.
Well, it was for Biowetsky, wasn't it? Because he does need to win matches heavily. Could be key, that leg, come the end of the day.
95.
They say it's better to be lucky than good. Helps to be both.
138.
It's a mantra I can live by.
Good darts there from Alec Small to leave himself on 170. Biowetsky just has to be careful here that he ensures he switches.
97. Alec, you're
Doesn't only switch, he does it to excellent effect. Another. And Bull
145.
would have been the big fish from Small.
Sebastian, you're 126.
Wouldn't that have been the most ironic finish of the match? Following the last leg?
This could finish the match. This could be the last leg.
93.
Oh, not quite from
Alec, you're
Biowetsky.
25.
And here we go again. Can Small put the double trouble right? 2-8.
Game
No
shot on the
problem.
fifth leg. Alec Small.
3-2. Biowetsky has the darts to win. But it's been a real struggle for Sebastian.
Sixth leg, it's Sebastian to throw first.
Even if he went on to win the match in the decider, I think Biowetsky has to win this leg to keep tabs in the group. Because he's got to bridge a
42.
huge gap. The Girvan on legs difference.
64.
This is as thin a line as he could cut. 4-2 in this.
$55.
Well, following
55.
this match, we're going to see Nathan Girvin look to put some more daylight between himself and Danny Lowby when he takes on Jamie Kelling. But after that, game 8, a massive one between Lowby
59.
and Biowetsky.
Will Girvan be inclined to want Biowetsky to win that one, do you think?
100.
I think Nathan Girvin is the type of player that probably won't care what anybody else does. I do see the thinking there, but when you're the leader, you're the one to catch. All you've got to worry about is your own results. You don't
97.
have to think about anything else. And the healthy leg difference he's built up means that, you know, whoever it is that might have a chance
54.
of catching him is going to have to not only win, but get rid of that gap as well, which is going to be very difficult. He's only
58.
increased his leg difference, though, by 3 today so far. Sorry, he's decreased his leg difference, I should say, with that defeat to
78.
Danny Lowby, having only increased it by 1 in the first match. So it is, you know, it is possible.
Stranger things have happened.
A 150 on offer. Now, these are the times, I don't think he'll do it, Alec Small, on debut, but these are the times when,
150.
why not go for the bull? You know you're out of contention in the group.
134. Sebastian, you're at 150.
Entertainers. I assure Biowetsky won't go straight for the bull here. It's tops of the win.
Game
And it
shot
is
on the
victory
match.
once again for Sebastian Bialecki. He came into the day thinking he would probably need to win all 5 of his matches if he was going to threaten top spot. Well, he's won his first 2. And that one was littered with missed doubles, but Biowetsky gets over the line with a 4-2 success, cutting Small down to size, and it's 2 out of 2 for the Polish player. Coming next, it is Nathan Girvin, the league leader. He takes on Jamie Kelling.
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just seen Sebastian Bialecki record his second victory of the morning, a 4-2 win over Alec Small. He rode his luck at times in that one, a spot of double trouble in the middle of the match, but he wasn't punished significantly enough, as you can see there on the screen. 25% checkout success for Biowetsky, 12 missed starts at double in that one. As Chris alluded to in comms, though, Sebastian, getting that win was important, but if he is to challenge the two players at the top of the table, leg difference is also going to play a part. As we can see on the table there, it's still Nathan Girvin at the top of the table with a significant advantage in that column. Girvan and Lowby both joined on 18 points, of course. And next up, we have Jamie Kelling against Nathan Girvan. It'll be interesting to see, actually, how Nathan responds in this one, because he was defeated for the first time in 9 games in his last match, that, of course, by Danny Lauby. These two players have the best finishing stats in this group so far. Kelling with the 25% on the checkout success in his last match, a significant drop off in that one. How will he respond to that in this match? It'll be interesting to find out in the company of Chris and Henry.
Thank you very much indeed, Abby. It's all about response for Jamie Kelling. It's all about topping the group for Nathan Girvan, who himself is going to react from that 4-2 defeat to Danny Lauby. A bit disappointing in that one compared to the high standards that we've set of him this week here at the Super Series. But if he can get on to 20 points, he'd have a foot and a toe, I'd say, in the final on Saturday night.
Okay, first leg, it's Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Hasn't been the confident, convincing Girvan that I've expected to see so far today. Got over the line against Stefan Bellmont in a brilliant opening match where both players were at a good standard. Girvan edged that one, only just 4-3, and then lost out to Lauby in match 2. This is a real opportunity for him to just stamp his authority on the group again, particularly when we've seen that Jamie Kelling hasn't been at that
140.
That level of finishing that he has been for the previous 2 days. That's really been saving his skin at times.
60.
Well, you wonder how Girvan will respond to the setback of losing to Lauby when he kicks off with back-to-back 140s.
Can also confirm that the Swiss chocolate is very, very nice indeed, and the Belmont chocolate balls have made their way to the production gallery.
123.
Even got the Swiss flag on. I don't know whether we can get them on comms box cam at some point. But
91.
No, don't get the comms box cam on while I'm actually tucking into the treats.
59. Nathan, you require 32.
Just make sure they don't go upstairs to management. Well, can he manage to find a way through there?
Just above, but he's going to come back with Kelling back on 182. It's been a slow start for JK.
60. Nathan, you require
so double 8
16.
for the opening leg with a minimum of fuss.
No score.
Well, having already hit double 8, to leave it, he can't find it with 3 missiles. And 1 in treble 18 would have left the ball for Kelling.
90. Nathan, you require 16.
And so back we go. Now along for double 4.
8.
And well.
Jamie
Nathan Girvan's missed 9 darts of double in this leg. And can Jamie Kelling snatch this from underneath his nose?
James on the
Frisk him on the way out because he's stolen that leg.
Well, it is Nathan Girvan on the
Second
way out of
Jamie
top spot.
to throw first.
Who would have thought that at the start of the day? We knew that there would be a race, but most of us, well, all of us, everyone that I spoke to, expected him to win it.
135.
Suddenly, it's under threat. Because if he goes on to lose this match, Danny Lowby
80.
could leapfrog him with victory in his next. And his next is against Sebastian Bialecki, who, if he were to win that,
60.
after a Girvan defeat here, we'd have a three-way tie at the top of the table.
And suddenly you're going to have to dust off that
93.
abacus.
I've got a smartphone now, Henry. Keep up.
96.
But again, that leg difference could come into play, couldn't it? Although he's losing
58.
legs today so far, having won 4-3 and lost 4-2. Is Jamie Kelling going to play a big part in who tops this table?
138.
The way he's throwing at the moment would suggest the answer to that question is a big yes.
Remember, Nathan Girvin came out the traps absolutely firing.
60.
Missed those darts at double, and the game has just completely
72.
changed.
Is he still using the Andy Jenkins darts? They look a little bit different to me.
32.
Have a look at these when they come back up, and I'm going to maybe have a look at some video from yesterday. That's a re-grip there as well. It might be, yeah, I think it might be. He may have just changed his
100.
stems and
Jamie
flights.
40.
Yeah, I think it's a slightly
James
shorter
on the
stem.
second leg. Jamie Kelling.
And he may have a slightly shorter fuse at the top of the table because Jamie Kelling's opened up a 2-0 lead. 2 from 4 on the doubles.
30. It's Nathan to throw first.
And Lauby and Biowetsky will be watching this intently in the practice room, knowing that they are next to the hockey.
22.
Well, is he feeling it a little bit? Nathan Girvin, is he feeling the pressure of being the hunted? And Jamie Kelling free-rolling,
140.
free-flowing. And we have not seen
100.
this low level from Nathan Girvin for the duration of a match. We did see in his previous match a slow start, and then he put it right.
140.
Despite going on to lose, he got better as the game went on. But this would be a very
140.
disappointing display for Girvin. And it would be a display that would actually take it out of his hands, having been in his hands for the entire week.
60.
Needs a couple of trebles.
58.
Doesn't get anything. And
Jamie,
Kelling's got 6 darts of 3-0. Who saw this coming? You didn't after the midway point of leg 1, that's for certain.
Well, the match yesterday was 4-2 to Girvin.
57. Jamie required 96.
The match the day before was 4-0 to Nathan Girvin. He may need the 1-2-4
56. Nathan required 124.
to stop Kelling getting 3 ahead here with a double breaker throw. Treble 18. And he's not going to get a dart at the bull. He has had
63. Jamie
9
required
darts
40.
at double in this match as he struggled in that opening leg.
Games
But
on the
Jamie
third
Kelling
leg.
has
Jamie
hit 3.
Kelling.
And that was a perfect guy for the first dart to find its way in with the
Well,
second.
Jamie
And
to
Kelling
throw first.
has the throw here
Game on.
for a 4-0 win. This has serious repercussions. It would put him back onto plus 14.
81.
If Lowby could win 4-0 against Biowetsky, he would not just be above Girvin in terms of points,
58.
he would also be on plus 13. This is changing in a heartbeat.
44.
Didn't see a scenario, if I'm honest, totally honest, didn't see a scenario where Girvin would be beaten on points in this group.
93.
Didn't see him losing a couple of games on the spin. But Jamie Kelling has, I was going to say turned on the style. He's kept that finishing that he's become known for this week, and indeed in previous outings at the Super Series.
128.
But he's not playing at a much higher level than he normally does. He's just about a mean performance from him. It's Girvan that's dropped his level, isn't it?
Yeah, I mentioned yesterday that you know what you're going to get from Jamie Kelling. And if you play below that level, you probably get B. If you play above it, you're probably going to win. But you know what to get, what to expect from Kelling. Well, Girvan's going to have to take the 1-2-8 out now. There's absolutely no doubt about it.
It's an even trickier finish than the 1-2-4 that he had in the previous leg. If he finds a treble 18, he'll have to find another. He has found another for double 10.
108.
And that is as close as he came to a Scottish skin saver.
78.
And Kelling can finish off the killing.
Tops.
38.
The match start comes and goes, and so for the first time since leg 1, Girvan's going to get an opportunity. Again at the doubles. Double 5, this has to go. Simple as that, and Girvan's up to the task. Brings it back to 3-1, gives himself a glimmer of hope.
And it was a break as well.
It's Nathan to throw first.
Girvan throwing first to close the gap to a single leg, and suddenly Jamie Kelling will have something to think about.
134.
And of course, for Kelling,
60.
6 points in the group. He hasn't had much experience of closing games out. He's got 3 wins from 12. Girvan's record's the opposite, 9 wins and 3 defeats. So you sense if Kelling's going to get it done, he wants to get it done as soon as possible. If it gets tight, then you say Girvan's nous of winning matches in this group may come into play. Girvan's won some 4-3s, which he shouldn't have won as well in this group. For all the brilliance, he's timed some of his runs to perfection.
That was an important last start. The treble 17 to just
140.
keep him in the box seat. Although Kelling has something to say about that with his response. A brace of ton 40s after opening the leg with the treble-less turn.
161.
Gives him the chance. The chance has gone. Girvan should get at least 1 dart
65
at the outer ring here. Bullseye for starters. It's 17 for tops. Every double now huge. Kelling waiting.
62.
And he will get another opportunity.
96.
96 for the match. Treble 19 for the double. For the win!
Shot on the match.
And to really open things up at the top of Group A, Jamie Kelling has made things very, very interesting indeed. His defeat for Nathan Girvan by 4 legs to 1, which gives Danny Lowby the opportunity next up against Sebastian Bialecki to go top of the group. Biowetsky wins it. We have a 3-way tie at the top. Kelling beat Girvan courtesy of an average just a shade under 86. No maximums in the match, but a 50% checkout ratio was what won it for JK in the end with a high out of 96. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, it's a battle of second and third, which has been made a whole host bigger now as Lauby takes on Biowetsky.
Good morning and welcome back to the final day of action in Group A. We were wondering how Nathan Girvin would respond to his defeat to Danny Lowby earlier this morning. And well, he missed 9 darts at a double in the opening leg of the match and just couldn't seem to get going in that one. Credit to Jamie Kelling, who focused on the job in hand, was more consistent in the scoring phase and went about his business just fine. 50% checkout success there, as you can see on the screen. That result really does change the complexion at the top of the league standings. As we can see at the table now, at the top of the table, Danny Lowby is up next. He takes on Sebastian Bialecki, a huge game in the top of the table. Lowby could go 2 points clear at the top if he is to get that win in the next match. So a really, really crucial tie coming up next. Biowetsky will have to be more clinical on the outer ring in this one because he missed 12 darts at double against Alec Small in his last match, and there is no doubt about it, Danny Lowby will not let him off the hook as the Welshman did. So to get into this one then, a really big match at the top of the table. Let's hand over to our commentary team of Henry and Chris.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, it is a top of the table tungsten tussle. A real darting duel between Danny Lowby and Sebastian Bialecki, whose hopes have been helped by the apparent demise this morning of Nathan Girvan, who we thought had his scare when Stefan Bellmont pumped in the 170 against him and missed the opportunity to beat him before bedding the ball for the second time in the match for Girvan to get over the line 4-3. But since then, he's gone down 4-2 to Lauby and 4-1.
Feels like it's Danny to
in
throw
the short
first.
result of Group
Game
A
on.
so far in the previous match against Jamie Kelling. And that has opened up the opportunity for either Lauby to top the table by 2 points or for Biowetsky to make it a 3-way tie at the peak of the pile.
Well.
100.
Did we expect this at the start of the day, I wonder?
100.
And for Nathan Girvin, I think he would... I don't know what would be a good result for him because Lauby would go above him with a victory, but if Biowetsky brings it on to
70.
18, then he's got 2 players level on the same points as him. And well, a position where it looked as, oh my, the darts come out again. He had a couple of them yesterday, Danny Lowby, didn't he? Where the aim of the second dart was so good that it was knocked out because it was practically in the same spot as the first.
And didn't he look angry about it? He looks good kill.
140.
Still in a convincing position in this opening leg.
83.
But a little wince there as that third dart found the neighbouring treble that scores 57 points fewer than the one he was hoping for.
121. Danny required 98.
Oh, that was
Sebastian
a bit risky with the second dart going for tops, but he does leave double 20. As does his opponent, and that's right out of the way.
50.
Big chance for Biowetsky, goes begging
40.
in the very opening leg.
He just drags it low. Now he wants double 10, gets double 10.
Danny Lowby.
And Danny Lowby survives a scare from Seb. Leads by a leg to 0.
Second
Both
leg
players unbeaten so far today. Biowetsky winning 4-3 against Kelling, 4-2 against Small. Lowby thrashing Small 4-1. And defeating the tabletopper Nathan Girvan in the first twist in today's tale.
140.
Story of the day is really beginning to develop here. What can Biowetsky develop on the back of an opening max?
Well, he's missed the dart to break
85.
in the opening leg. He's put in a good half-dozen darts on throw, but will need to find that break at some point. The question is, how many opportunities will he get? And will he be punished for missing doubles throughout this match?
140.
So far, this is a complete contrast to that game of Alec Small a couple of matches ago.
Knows that he had to up his
Sebastian
game, and
Bialecki,
boy has he
96.
upped it. 96 for an 11 darter. 76 for a 12 darter. Well, he will
56, Danny Rick 144.
expect to be back. And he will be back with 3, and he can't afford to miss.
45. Sebastian, you require 40.
But Lowby's left 99.
Games
But
on
that's
the second
academic
leg.
because Biowetsky levels up.
Biowetsky.
Good quality contest this so far. Biowetsky averaging over a ton at this early stage. Lowby 93 and a half.
Danny to throw first.
Now's a 14 darter to hold for Seb.
It's a big, big game this for Danny Lauby, because after it he would have played both Girvan and Biowetsky in his first 3 matches of the morning.
125.
And if he can have beaten them both to move to the top of the table, he's a big favourite
95.
to make it a clean sweep and go on and take top spot.
Well, if he can get victory against Biowetsky, he's done the hard work for himself by beating the 2 players that were his rivals for
60.
top position. And then it's doing the business against those in the
140.
bottom half of the table in games 14 and 15.
It's 1 win apiece for the pair of them so far this week. Biowetsky actually beat him 4-1 on Monday. It was a 4-3 win for Lauby yesterday.
80.
On again a dart not sticking for Lauby. Do wonder if he needs to, whether it's a throw issue or whether he needs to sharpen up his points, because it happens quite a lot for him. On that occasion it might have just been the wire that stopped the dart entering the board, but it is a recurring problem and it may cost him. And that may cost him. But as he rescued the
70.
shot, almost did.
Sebastian, you require
Another
100.
break chance now for Biowetsky.
Ton he wants. He'll stay there. He's looking for a dart at double 10.
60. Danny required 20.
Goes high, but may find himself behind again. As Lauby beds the double 10, and the liar, the second dart, was so kind for a left-handed player. And he's halfway towards victory, halfway towards topping the group and deposing of Nathan Girvin at the summit.
Yeah, and what was impressive there from Lauby is he did move across to the left a little bit. He wasn't lured in by the dart being on the wire. He knew that he could open up the angle even more and use that dart. And for a player who throws as quickly as he does, it must be tempting just to chuck another at it. But he made sure he gave himself the best chance to hit it, and hit it he did.
Showed a bit of maturity there, did Danny?
59.
He's the thing, he's 29.
55.
He's averaging 10 points less than Biowetsky in this match. Did have a dart to break in the opening leg, Biowetsky, and had 100 to break in the third, but didn't get a dart at double on that occasion. They're both checking out at 33%, but Lauby's had more opportunities, so he's had 2 legs on throw. Is this the leg where he threatens a throw of his opponent?
Possibly. How Lauby would crave a 2-treble visit here, not in that bed. But remember, in yesterday's game, both players hit a 1-5-2, so these big finishes have been going for the pair.
Well, he won't be going for Biowetsky. Will the biggest finish of the lot be going for Danny Lauby? We've already seen it once today in the first match of the day from Belmont. Can Lauby land the big one? Well, he does get the big one.
You're correct.
Sebastian, you require 44.
44 then for parity, for deadlock. And we'll still be none the wiser. I think he was aiming for the treble. But it is double 16.
12.
And he fails to find an outside opportunity for Lauby on one of these tricky finishes.
Down for the 19s first. Treble 20 for the bullseye.
Going
3-1.
on the full flag.
And yesterday's
Lowby.
battle between these two was decided by big finishes, big outs at big times. And maybe this one will do so as well. The
Four-legged
1-2-9
to
at
throw
the perfect
first.
time
Belmont.
for Danny Lowby. The bullseye gives him a 3-1 lead. It gives him the throw for the match. And he might be on the march.
But a couple of chances really for Biowetsky to break through, particularly that dart he had in the first leg. But when Lowby's chance came, he took it. And he took it in style.
99.
So that could be the dart that effectively wins Danny Lowby the group at the end of the day. A brilliant bull, could not have been better timed.
93.
And if Lauby closes this out, he will go 2 points clear of Nathan Girvin at the top of the table, who's been an immovable object at the summit of Group A for a good couple of days. And he will move 4 points clear of Sebastian Bialecki, whose hopes will fade into a mere darting dream.
105.
And Biowetsky's on the ropes, not just in this game, but in the group. Because Lauby will return for 65 for a 4-1 win. Should put him on to 20 points.
100.
And you would sense end his hopes of winning the group. Double 16 for the match. And so Biowetsky will have one more chance.
What's he got? What has he got? Well, he hasn't got a treble, which means he won't get a dart at double.
Danny requires
and Danny Lowby, who turned the tie with that brilliant bull for the 1-2-9 combo, has won the tie and has moved to the top of the table. Nathan Girvan no longer occupies P1 in Group A. Despite the higher average from Biowetsky, it was Lowby's timing and that 1-2-9 checkout that changed everything for a 4-1 win. And now Lowby leads, and Lowby is in pole position to take that place at finals night. He'll be back in a couple of games' time to increase his lead even further when he faces Jamie Kelling. Before that, it's Stefan Bellmont against Alec Small. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have a new league leader, Danny Lowby, following his 4-1 victory over Sebastian Bialecki. There you can see the stats on the screen. A huge 1-2-9 on the bull from Lauby to go 3-1 up in that contest was a really significant moment. The American just taking his opportunities at the right time. As for his opponent, well, he was unable to do the same. Just 1 out of 5 on the outer ring from the 18-year-old pole. And as I mentioned, that does now move Danny Lowby to the top of the table. He's won all 3 of his matches so far today, including 2 incredibly important ones against Girvin and their Biowetsky with that 4-1 victory over him. So he's the first player on to 20 points. And as you can see, we've been talking about Girvin and his superior leg difference. He's on plus 15, but Danny Lowby, after that 4-1 victory, now plus 12. So we now move on to a battle between Stefan Bellmont and Alec Small. Alec Small showed glimpses in that last match that he played, but just unable to capitalise on the errors from Biowetsky in that one. Let's see how this one pans out in the company of Chris and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. Well, these two know exactly where they're going to be tomorrow, but they all want to build some confidence ahead of their campaigns in Group C on Thursday and Friday morning. Stefan Bellmont, the 33-year-old from Cham in Switzerland, winner of a Challenge Tour event in 2022. Against Alec Small, the reigning champion of champions, 24 from Wattsville. Still without a nickname, so he's going to have to work on that if he's going to win more big titles as the years go on. I suppose it's similar to a couple of games we've had today involving Belmont and Small. It's about building as much confidence as you can, and it's tough to play in circumstances where you know that nothing's at stake in terms of finishing third or finishing top. But you don't want your group to fizzle out and wane in confidence going into tomorrow and Friday.
58.
Yeah, Belmont has thrown some decent stuff today. A glorious defeat against Girvin, if you like, in his opening match.
60.
And that good win against Jamie Kelling. But Abby was right when she said that we've just seen flashes from Alec so far. And we're still waiting to see more than small glimpses
45.
of what he can do. Will this be the match where he puts it all together?
81.
I guess one of the things that we've spoken about with Alec Small is that the spells, the sustained spells of arrowing excellence have been short-lived. And he's fresh from winning the Champion of Champions, where they only have to be short-lived because it's first to 2 in that tournament. So maybe that format suited him even better than a relatively short format here. This must seem like a marathon after that sprint.
Yeah, but you get the sense if he can
60.
Get it together over this best of 7 format on Thursday and Friday, he's going to be a very live contender in Group C. But 60. I just wonder whether the fact that he throws so quick, and it's the same thing that we've levelled out at Ricky Evans over the years, that he can throw too quick, and because of it, he cannot find consistency at times.
I think a lot of fast players are first dart merchants. All about where the first one goes, and the other two will... It'll be very difficult to switch
60.
to the target, make the necessary adjustment. A case in point there from Small. But I do think for the fast throwers, if that's how they play, you don't want to lose what's good about it as well. And that's a difficulty, isn't it, in modifying the way you throw.
60. Alec, 146.
Well, he needs the first dart to be perfect here. Another one of them leaves him 1 dart at double 16 for the 146.
Stefan, you require 40.
Well, steady Stefan. Looking to inflict the first blow on double 10. Well, he's lucky it didn't go in double 15.
20.
He's unlucky that didn't go in double 10.
And so Small will come back for the 32 for a breaker throw.
Game
there we go. And he breaks Belmont with an ironic celebration of Apologises to his opponent. Don't apologise for winning
Second
legs.
Alec to throw first.
That's your job, man.
On the list of
95.
things to tweet in about MSS Darts on social media, we've now got the Alec Small nickname, but that's no biggie. The quiz team name for our Super Series quiz, that's the most important one for tonight.
23.
Do get your answers in.
140.
Darts themed and clean, please, so they can be read out on air.
I think I might dress up into one of my nice shirts tonight for the pub quiz. It's a big occasion, and that's a big
180.
score for Belmont.
You go in the shops before tonight, are you?
77.
Need to change out of this clobber, that's for sure.
Well, it is clobbering time, as Paul Nicholson would say. The Stefan Bellmont here followed the 23 with that
81.
maximum.
$43.
We just seen Alec Small miss out on a 146 checkout before coming back to win the opening leg. Well, he can have another go. And I mentioned that first start thing. He hit the first start in the treble 19 and
50.
followed.
Alec, you require 146.
Good thinking from Belmont there, but are we going to see him correct it?
Dart Shavu.
114.
Well, it was
Stefan
because he
require
missed.
167.
Yeah, it's repeat rather than rectify. And Belmont has the chance to pick his pocket. Treble 19.
99.
Well, this would almost be a complete mirror
Alec,
image
you require 32.
of that previous leg. Missed double 16 for the 146.
Game show
then
the
hit it
second leg.
To get
Alec
over the
Small.
line in the leg and to lead 2-0.
We should say you are watching live pictures. You're not watching a replay feed of the opening
Alec,
leg.
Stefan to throw first.
It's like Groundhog Day at the Super Series.
Well, it probably will be for this pair because they are bound to meet each other on Thursday and
100.
Friday. Belmont and Alec Small playing for the third time
123.
already this week. A 4-2 win for Belmont yesterday.
$81.
And Small got the better of him 4-3 on Monday.
38. $41.
A reminder that after this, we'll resume the battle for top spot as Danny Lowby takes on Jamie
32.
Kelling. Fresh off a 4-1 win against Nathan Girvin, which did Lowby a lot of favours. Girvin will be hoping that Kelling can continue to be the spoiler in this group.
59.
Then we'll see Biowetsky in action against Belmont.
43.
Oh, that's a good one. We've had a good one in for the darts quiz team. I'll save it a little bit. Tease the production gallery there.
60. $83. Stefan, you require 160.
All in the spelling for the next one I'm going to reveal, but let's see if Stefan is smelling a big finish.
60.
That was a real snatch, wasn't it?
Stefan, you require
From
100.
Alec Small. And it might help Stefan snatch a leg. He's only looking for a hold here. I think he'll stay there. He won't go top stops. He's not done that all week.
60.
He goes the traditional
Alec
way of
required
finishing, doesn't he,
97.
Stefan Bellmont? Doesn't go the modern way for things. Tops. It's only one way. Small could have gone for this, realistically. And he gets it. He opens up a 3-0 lead, double breaker throw. But he knows that he's got more levels. He's frustrated with the performance. He won't be frustrated with the scoreline, though. He's one leg away from sealing a 4-0 win, and he has the darts for it.
What do you think of this one, Henry? Tweeted in by Dave. Mensa Suljevic.
I like that. He's to own a bar as well, so it makes sense. Although, I'm going to be honest, I don't think anyone in this quiz team is anywhere near Mensa.
You speak for yourself.
60.
You actually had to put a raffle together and try and put together as many pennies as possible to find an IQ, but
96.
This is a strange old day of darts, particularly for those players at the bottom three, because we've seen brilliant stuff from Belmont so far today, but he's hardly turned up for this meeting with Small, and we've been waiting for Alec Small to put a performance together. He hasn't really been electrifying in this game, but he's done more than enough for a convincing victory, and it's looking like it's going to be the most convincing victory possible.
As comprehensive as they come, a 4-0 win.
57.
You could tell throughout the match, Alec Small has not been happy with the performance. He knows he's got more to give. We know that both players got much more to give than this. But it is difficult in these circumstances. But can Small finish in style? He can't. So Belmont will return for 97, which Small took out in the last leg.
134. Stefan, you've required 97.
Well, he wants the target he's just seen. Small hit twice. He can't find it. Treble 18. And he can't find that either. And he may find himself on the wrong end of a
require 36.
whitewash defeat.
9.
27. Stefan,
And Belmont returns to tops.
And that is one of the problems at playing at pace. As Belmont pins the tops. It's when you have to switch around the board, isn't it? Because he was nowhere near that double 9.
Well, you're switching from one end of the board completely to the other. The only other equivalent I can think of is going from tops down to double 3. That's the only place where you see such a wider split on the dartboard.
40.
14s to 7s can also be tricky.
Yeah, 10s to 5s.
64.
But done so much more often.
Huge feature of the Premier Inn League, isn't it? That switch from 10s to 5s.
We don't talk about the Premier Inn League. First rule of the Premier Inn League.
96.
Bellman's just found something here. He may have found something inspired.
He's going to have as much time as he wants
83. Here. Stefan, you require 85.
15s or 19s. He is a traditional tosser. He goes those conventional routes.
50. Stefan, you require 55.
Tops.
Game shot on the 5th.
Beholder throwing for 3-2, and possibly things may be getting interesting in this game, although Alec Small has the darts for the match. Stefan Bellmont's putting on a bit of a spurt.
Game on.
And maybe the Swiss is getting on a roll a little bit here. And Small only kicks off 58. And Stefan
140.
is beginning to see the treble become a bit more of a magnet.
43. $58. 44.
Should start downstairs here on 303. Should have started downstairs. He worked out that going back down there
98.
gave him an opportunity to leave a finish, but needed a second treble.
134.
Stefan's brought his average up by a
60.
good 8 points here. Now just under 83. Oh my.
140.
Look at the speed of that.
145.
Like the speed of light. Like a comet racing through the Super Series. And despite Belmont's comeback attempts, Alec Small has 82 for the match. 13 for the bullseye, and it is covered up. Oh, what a dart to win the match.
Alec Small.
For Alec Small, he beat Stefan Bellmont by 4 legs to 2. It's a spirited comeback from the Swiss dartist, but it is Alec Small who gets over the line to seal victory in that one by 4 legs to 2 with a high checkout of 97. And so Alec Small claims the 2 points, beating Belmont. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to see the man at the top of the table. That's Danny Lowby. He's taking on Jamie Kelling.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series and the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Alec Small record his first victory of the day, 4-2 win over Stefan Bellmont, an average just shy of 80 from the Welshman, 4 out of 11 on the doubles. The Welshman still not overly pleased with his performance in that one, but he did enough against Belmont, who only raised his level when 3-0 down. Small getting over the line there with a bull finish to win the match. So let's have a look at what that does to the league standings. Of course, both of those players in the bottom half of the table. There you can see all three now from 4 to 6 are on 8 points. But this next match, it is a big one. Jamie Kelling, of course, fresh off the back of getting that victory over Nathan Girvin in his last match. Can he repeat that against the current league leader in Danny Lowby? Danny Lowby showing the most consistent levels of the day so far. Can he consolidate his place at the top of the table? Let's find out then. Back over to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, will the giant killing continue? Danny Lowby, the next victim on the radar of the man from Andover, having already put to the sword the previous league leader, Nathan Girvin. His reward in his next match is to take on the league leader, Danny Lowby, who leapfrogged Girvin after that 4-1 win against Sebastian Bialecki a couple of games ago. Could he be at it again, Henry?
Well, Kelling's exploits today have been quite good, as you mentioned, beating Nathan Girvin quite convincingly
Hey, first, like it's
in
Jamie
that
to
game
throw
as well.
first. Game on.
And Kelling, you think, will be the kingmaker in this particular group.
100.
Which you hear for Lauby would put him on to 22 points, which
100.
is usually a safe sanctuary in Group A, but maybe not so this week.
45.
Lowby has a lead by 2 points, ahead of Girvin, who plays in the next match against Alec Small, buoyed
42.
by that beating of Belmont. And then Biowetsky probably out of that race for top spot now,
100.
although not mathematically condemned. Takes on Stefan Bellmont before the final 3 matches
58.
of this group. Lauby now knows that if he keeps up the winning streak, then it will be his spot at finals night on Saturday.
125.
And on paper, and we've talked about how easy things look on paper already, but on paper, the 2 games that he should win.
They should, but whether he will is a different thing.
97.
And of course, the pressure of being top will now come into play for Danny Lowby. He's been the chaser throughout the process. He's now the one being chased, and that changes the whole psychology of things.
And Kelling suddenly are missing confidence.
Jamie required 40.
Tops he wants. Tens he wants. And he doesn't get what he wants. And Lauby now will have a look at 104 to break in the opening leg.
He's going to head along the 16s route. 1 dart at tops, and that is superb from Danny Lowby.
Danny Lowby.
His finishing in and around that range today has been absolutely excellent. You'll remember the 1-2-9 he got in that 4-1 win against Biowetsky that completely changed the complexion of the match. And he gets a break in the opener, courtesy of that 104. And that just stemmed the tie because Jamie Kelling got off to a good start.
83. $100.
I feel like today has been the day where Lowby's thrown the most freely.
Yeah,
60.
absolutely. I do think we have seen all of the players actually settle more and more. We speak about debutants in this event, but they're all debutants on this stage, aren't they? Each week. We will see a few players returning towards the end of the first phase, but
97.
we have seen performances pick up from... I actually half expected Monday night to be the best session just because it was an evening session, but it
77.
looks like it will be the poorest of the three in this group.
Which means that players that are going to enter on Thursday and Friday got some act to follow.
60.
Yeah, it does take some time to settle into new surroundings. Can't buy experience.
60.
For those who adapt the fastest, maybe the ones that end up reaping the rewards come the end of the
60.
week. £5,000 on offer, remember, for the winner of the weekly title and a place at the coveted Champions Week where £20,000 will be dished out
Jamie Rock 141.
for the first ever MODUS Super Series champion. Well, Lowby's left 107, having completed a 104 combo in leg 1.
84. Danny require 107.
And you may need it to hold.
It's a slightly less suited checkout
87.
because he had to go all over the board,
Jamie require
whereas a
57.
couple of darts in the same segment on the 104, the 16 route that he employed, but it's tops the target for Kelling. That looks very inviting, doesn't it?
17.
But he couldn't
And he
manage to
required
find it,
20.
and he could find himself 2 behind.
Game
He
shot the
does find
second
himself
leg.
2 behind,
Danny Lauby.
courtesy of a 22 dart holder throw from Danny Lauby. A bit of a
So look,
twitchy
it's
leg, that
Jamie
one.
to throw first.
But Lauby won't care because he's halfway towards the finishing post. Halfway towards a victory that would put him on to 22 points, and it would
41.
force the issue significantly of Nathan Girvin. And if Lauby was to get on
97.
to 22 points, Biowetsky would be eliminated from the process of
100.
winning Group A.
I know we've seen a 170 today, but for me, that 129 that Lauby hit against
60.
Biowetsky is the shot of the day. Shot of the 3 days, in fact. He won the match 4-1, but that was the one that turned the tables.
If Lauby wins this
61.
group, it's thanks in a large part to that 129. There's absolutely no doubt about it. And Lauby's had to do the hard work. He's had to do the hard yards because he beat Nathan Girvin 4-2 in the game before that. And that was what gave him the opening
59. Danny
in the first place.
64.
Also worth remembering that that 129 checkout
60.
came after a score of 41. So he really rescued himself out of a hole. He's already taken out the
85.
104. It was treble
Danny
16,
Rock
single
104.
16, and double top. Well, now it might be a change of tack. Treble 20 for double 14.
56.
Could not repeat the feats,
Jamie
but Kelling's on a big one.
155.
Still makeable. Not now, so Lauby returns to 48 for the double
99.
break.
Danny
And a
Rock
3-0 lead.
48.
All about the 16s. 2-8s, and the first dart was awkward. It was a blocker to the double 8,
44.
and then he had to move across to double 4, and
Jamie
there's a quick
Rock
throw. That was not a
56.
nice transition.
Is there a little twist here? Already seen him miss a couple at tops. I mean, that's almost the same dart that he
James
had
on the
earlier.
third
This
leg.
time, though,
Jamie
Kelling manages to use it and keeps this game going, keeps this game, or gets this game close, because it hadn't been close in the first couple of
It's
legs.
Danny to throw first.
Well, Lowby is not producing a performance to really guarantee
93.
victory here. Kelling is under par, but so is Danny Lowby.
He's just doing enough, isn't he? Nothing more than that.
Kelling gets back to that level that we're so used to
81.
seeing him play, that sort of low to mid 80s average, then this won't be enough from Lowby.
134.
And he might need another big moment like that 129. And suddenly the gift is given to Girvin. The question is there for him to see if he can then
96.
beat Small to reclaim top spot.
$40.
Well, that's another treble 20 bounce out. for Danny Lowby. It may present an opportunity for Kelling if he could have got all three in the bed, but he won't. So Lowby's going to have 6 on 2, 3, 4. So he'll put up a 3-1 lead here and to put himself 1 away from 22 points. A relatively good position in the group. It forces Nathan Girvin to pretty much win the lot from there.
$101.
This is an opportunity for that break of throat. Treble 20 for starters. May go treble 18. Does for double 12.
86.
Well, Lauby has a choice to make here himself. Does he go aggressive and go for treble 18 himself? He has, and he gets 2 at tops. That becomes 1 at double 10. 74. Finds neither. And suddenly, Kelling has a chance to clinch control.
Double 3. Just goes inside, and that's a let off for Lauby. And now he's got to take full advantage of it at double 10. He does. And he is a leg away. And Jamie Kelling had the opportunity to make it 2 apiece. He wasn't up to the task. And so Lauby is a leg away.
Fifth leg, it's Jamie to
had Jamie Kelling been finishing at the same success that he had for most of the week, this would be probably a reverse scoreline. 1 out of 10 on the doubles in this match for the Andover ace.
123. $60.
You can get a bit of luck, you still have to make the most of it. And Lauby's managed to do that throughout this game and is on course for a clean sweep of victories here at the Super Series on day 3. Having got the better of his 2 table-topping rivals already today in Girvan and Biowetsky. He just has Belmont left to play.
$100.
But nicer going about his business here in leg 5, Kelling.
100.
He's going to get 6 and 178 to bring the deficit down to 1. And force Lauby to serve it out.
140.
A good visit. Wonder, having come inside on the
81.
The double 3, whether he might consider splitting this. But he's going straight for it. Can't come inside with the second dart. But he finds it with the third.
Jamie Kelling.
Well played, Jamie Kelling. Just proving to be a thorn in the side of the leading pack in this group.
To throw first.
Can't shake him off, can you? But Danny Lauby has the darts. Put himself on 22 points. If he does that, Nathan Girvin would have to win his 2 remaining games and then hope there's a slip up from Lauby.
140.
He is rooting for JK and then some in this one.
100.
Well, nothing between them after a couple of visits. And what Lauby hopes is the last leg of this game. Kelling has other ideas.
Plenty of ideas. Maximum ideas.
100. Jamie Rock 124.
1-2-4 to level this match and force a decider in which he would have the darts. Doesn't get a go.
56.
But he does leave himself on the brink if Lauby can't complete this combo. And he can't. It's gone. Well, a kind of frustrated thumbs up at himself. He's really
70.
Lost it with himself a little here, Danny Lauby. He's a scowl on his face. Is something to behold.
Tops.
28.
And so Lauby will return for tops to make it 22 points in the group. And to put him on the brink. Danny Lauby beats Jamie Kelling by 4 legs to 2 with an average of 81.5. 4 out of 10 on the doubles. That equates to 40%. A high out of 104, and it was the timing of that 104 as well, which was just as crucial as he beats JK by 4 legs to 2. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, we're going to see Alec Small against Nathan Girvan.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Chris Murphy alongside me to reflect on what we've already seen today. Murph, Lowby consolidating his place at the top of the table with that 4-2 win. Were you impressed with him during that one?
Yeah, I think it was not the peak Danny Lauby that we can get, that we've seen in some games today, particularly against the other top two, but he did more than enough to get the better of Kelling, who was, you know, being a bit of a nuisance at times in that match, and, you know, he's really helped Danny Lauby out today, hasn't he, getting that win over Girvin earlier on. But yeah, I think that 104 checkout, the checkout that I've talked about against Biowetsky earlier on today as well, that 129 was the real moment that kind of got him in the position he is. So I've been very impressed with Danny today.
And he's been producing those key moments, those key finishes at such crucial times. Like you said, that 129 in particular really turned the tide in that match. We'll see what that's done to the league table. That'll be coming up there. So it is Danny Lauby who's now clear at the top. Girvin, we said, didn't we, before his last match, you know, how will he respond to that first defeat in 9? He then went on to miss 9 darts at a double in the first leg in that one. What do you see him doing here against Small, who's got his first victory of the day?
Yeah, it's difficult because he's been the runaway leader. He's said for the last couple of days he seems to have relished that, but now he's in a completely different position, and it's become a must-win match, hasn't it? Because if Girvan doesn't win this game, then Lauby's crowned champion. He can't be caught. So it's a very, very difficult position for Girvan to be in, and one that he didn't think he'd find himself in. So I guess we'll see what he's made of.
Absolutely, and I certainly believed the confidence when he said that he'd enjoy being the player that everyone wanted to play. It doesn't look like it's going to turn out that way, but let's see if he can keep the pressure on Danny Lauby at least for another round of games. Here we go.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so Nathan Girvan is at the point of no return. He has to win both of his remaining games and hope that there is a slip up from Danny Lauby to progress through. Alec Small here has played some okay stuff at times. He's on 8 points alongside Belmont and Kelling. They just cancel each other out down the bottom end of the group. But can Girvin keep his hopes alive for qualifying for Saturday night's finals? He was in pole position.
No, first leg
He
is
was the
Alex
man
to
in
throw
control and the man
first.
in command of the
Game
group
on.
overnight. And he thought that his superiority in terms of legs difference and things like that would be enough to get him
60.
over the line if he couldn't do it on points. But it's been a far from ideal day for the man from Arbroath.
95.
And that is now why he finds him back firmly against the wall. He has to beat Alec Small
100.
and then hope.
$41. $37. $65. $98.
Chris Murphy has returned to the commentary box. And a tentative start from Girvin, who
100.
has had some struggles today, it has to be said.
Yeah, didn't see it coming. I'm not sure anybody did. And I'm pretty sure that the
6.
person who least expected it was Nathan Girvin himself. Spoke very, very confidently to Abby at the end of yesterday, having won all of his matches.
100.
Well, that was more like it, but even when it goes right, it goes wrong.
46.
Well, he missed the double 16 twice for the 146 in the last match,
Game
but he gets
shot
it in
the
the first
first
leg of
leg.
this.
Alec Small.
Can you believe it? If at first you don't succeed,
Nathan to
try
throw
and
first.
try and
Game
try again.
Third time lucky for Alec Small, who takes out the big finish, a 146. The treble 19 hitting has been absolutely sublime from Small, but this time he adds a double to the equation as well. And piles the
100.
misery on Nathan Girvin, who, remember, if he loses this match, that's it. It's all over. Lowby
98.
takes the place with a game to spare. Who would have thought that at the start of the day? Did you, Henry?
It was inconceivable. It was inconceivable. You thought Nathan would, if he could win
60.
3 of his 5, he'd be through. You thought that was a virtual guarantee. But credit to Lauby, he's made a push
100.
on the last day. He made his mark on Wednesday.
$95.
Now, it should be all about the 19s here for Alec Small. It is.
121.
How good is he at hitting them? A brace again there. I was hoping to fill it up. The single 19 would have actually left him on a finish.
57.
I think he'd be better off leaving 164 than 170, mind. Although he's not too bad on the treble 20s either. Go on, Alec, hit another.
165.
Disappointed.
Would have been better off. Well, Girvin has lost his grip on the group.
177.
That can hardly be described as too little, but it may be too late. The Small sizes up double 8. And nails it to double his lead.
Alec Small.
And look at the face of Nathan Girvin. He wants to rewind time and start this day again.
Third leg, it's Alec to throw first.
But don't forget what Conor Heenahan did last week. Won all 5 matches on Tuesday. Ended up not winning the
57.
group. And then in Group B, we saw his best stuff. A personal best average of over 115. A 9-dart finish. There is inspiration to be drawn from that.
81.
That'll be the last thing, though, he'll be thinking at this present moment in time.
100.
The darting world around him is just crumbling before his eyes.
And when we looked at the fixtures for today, we picked out that last match, game 15, Nathan Girvin versus Sebastian Bialecki. And we were all pretty sure it would have something on it. And if it didn't have anything on it, we thought it would because Girvin would have already qualified.
Well, he's having his darting Pompeii and Pompey, isn't he, at the minute?
39.
How long have you been waiting to say that?
His chances could be reduced to rubble.
126.
Because Alec Small is playing some of his best stuff this week here.
Yeah, it's what we've been waiting for from him. The glimpses have become par for the course in this match. He's putting it all together.
57.
1-4-6 in the opening leg. But he's been allowed to flex his muscles by a below par Nathan Girvin, who's had a woeful Wednesday in truth. When he got over the line against Stefan Bellmont in the first game, he won a brilliant battle, but since then, it's been a surprise slide.
100. I think it requires 76.
And this is a 3-0. Well, he stayed there. He was going 20 for double 18.
44.
Hit the double 5 and, well, we've gone all around the board in about 8 seconds.
Well, I can only assume the reason he's gone for the 20 is because he thought the dart might block the top. But if that dart's blocking the tops, it's blocking the single 20 as well. He will come back with 3 clear at double 16 for a 3-leg lead against the man who was leading this group for the first 2 days of action. Double 4 to get it.
24.
Now then, Nathan.
Nathan, you require 87.
What have you got, Girvin?
The Girvan grit has not been needed more than now.
Great dart, great start,
Gauge
great finish.
Third leg.
Granite
Nathan
stuff
Girvin.
from Girvin, who halves the deficit. Survived 3 darts at double there. And he breaks back, and maybe, just maybe, he's going to keep this fight alive.
And that took some bottle in that scenario, in that situation. Huge credit to Nathan Girvin.
We did speak about him over the course of the previous 2 days, how he would take his time over finishers. I think that one was the most prolonged addressing of the Oki we've seen. What's the issue here? Is it a noise?
23.
He's not happy about something. And the referee, Owen Binks, is going to investigate. He's having a word with someone on the balcony. Not sure who's up there and whether they're supposed to be there or not. But Owen Binks is trying to sort things out, Henry. Gives the viewers a chance to look at your lovely face. Oh, it's gone.
89.
So, that's the best.
I'm sure that wasn't intentional.
That's the best bit of directing that we've ever had here at the Super Series.
And now you see why I'm stuck in the commentary box and not upstairs.
57.
To be honest, you might as well just stick that on the highlights reel.
77.
Nathan Girvin will be hoping that the highlights of his day come late, because it has been a bit of a darting disaster
100.
for him today. Losing out to Lowby, losing out to Biowetsky, and only just getting over the line against Stefan Bellmont. He could have easily lost that game as well.
180.
But I tell you what, whatever happened, it's fired Girvan up.
59. Nathan, 138.
Maybe he just needed to let out that little bit of emotion, that little bit of anger.
64. Nathan, you require 30.
Double 19. But he's missed the big number as he tried to split, so he's only going to get one, a double 8.
30. Alec, you require 132.
Bullseye. And now it's his turn to take a moment. Not something we've seen so much from Small.
107.
Just couldn't find his way past the dart in the
Nathan, you
green.
require 8.
To find the red bed. And Girvin can level the match. Double 2 for 2-2. That's a nasty dart, isn't it? It's a nasty, nasty dart.
4.
And he only manages to land it alongside.
Alec, you require 25.
But now Small's missed the big number. Well, at least this time he didn't bust the 25. He did that earlier on today.
No score.
It's-
Sorry, no, it's not right, is it? Sorry.
What's the issue here? Owens called a no score from 23 points, I believe, there. It's double 1 required. Well, if he gets it now,
23.
it would have been
Nathan, you require
composure
4.
personified, wouldn't it? A little error there from the referee. We're not going to hammer them for that. The referees make, what, one mistake every couple of weeks. I think the players make a couple every leg.
Have you known a leg as crazy as this before?
Maul can't look,
Game's on the 4th
but he can
leg.
hear.
Nathan Girvin.
Well, Alec Small couldn't slam the door on Nathan Girvin's hopes, and now we're back at 2 apiece.
5th leg, it's Alec to throw first. Game on.
But crucially, both players are going to have to compose themselves here because there's a big couple of
64.
minutes upcoming. Because if Nathan Girvin loses this game, his chances of progressing through Group A are gone. They're finished. They're nada. And it would be Lowby that would progress his way through to Saturday night's Tungsten Showdown, which you can watch
140.
with us on Sporty Stuff TV. But even better, you can join us in the crowd. Free tickets available via dartshop.tv. So come and join us for the Saturday night darty party in Pompey.
Right now, Girvin still has a chance to get there
57.
through this group. And all of this amidst the bizarre backdrop of a ghost on the balcony.
95.
Erroneous call by Owen Binks, which I don't think I've ever seen before.
What a ghost.
I've seen a few of those.
40.
Alec Small. Now it's suddenly him, isn't it, that's got the body language of a man that's
120.
getting beaten. Girvin had that for the first couple of legs of the match. Just everything's gone wrong for him today. And it's one of those things, isn't it, when you...
58.
Whatever noise happened obviously did happen, and it happened a couple of times, but when you're playing well, it doesn't bother you, does it? And when you're
42.
not playing so well, it really affects you.
And with and as you mentioned, with the greatest of respect, that the players weren't playing at their A game before that, and it just feels like their minds are fried at this present moment in time
56.
over the
Alec,
strange
120.
shenanigans over the last couple of minutes. But can Alec Small put himself one away with Shanghai? No, he can't.
Well,
Just need to settle down a bit here, don't they, the pair?
yeah, absolutely. He needs to do something with this dart, to be honest.
24.
He's
Nathan,
only
you
managed to
require
leave himself on
150.
96. I'm not even sure it was the right segment to go for there, because 96 is a less likely finish than, say, 94.
I think that showed a little bit of maturity there from Nathan Girvin. When Small finished his visit, just to go back to the
60.
table. He knows how strange things have been. Just to recompose, just
Alec,
give himself that
required
extra few
96.
seconds. Hopefully that extra bit of breathing space.
Double. Yeah, had to.
39.
But that was a problem with leaving
Nathan, you
96 rather than, say,
require
94, where he could have gone the bull route at the beginning. Girvin on 90, he might go the bull route at either the beginning or end of this visit. It will have to be the end. What a
Goes
shot.
on the
What a
fifth leg.
finish.
Nathan
What a player.
Girvin.
He's had to fight and scrap and battle today. And it looked like he was out of the fight.
Super leg, it's Nathan to throw first.
The top spot in Group A.
Game on.
But he's one leg away from keeping himself in it.
He stared up at the skies as he won his third leg. He's still staring down an opportunity to win the group.
140. 140.
But this is much better from the pair of them. And as much as one followed another in the crazy and madness of a couple of legs ago, is as much as they could follow each other in terms of the high scoring.
130.
Well recovered. Well recovered there from Alec Small.
$28.
It's just become a real scrap,
47.
hasn't it? It's about who can win ugly from here on in.
Who can fall over the line pretty much, isn't it, at this stage?
Small
140.
giving himself a chance to break back, but Girvin with that tidy visit, the two treble turn, he's down to 97.
53.
And suddenly, having been 2-0 down in this match, he's at match point. Double 12 to complete the comeback and to stay in the race.
Game shot
and
on the
Girvin
match.
grabs victory, and he's had a little look up to the
Girvin.
balcony again there. He's not happy with something. We'll try and find out exactly what went on that caused him a little issue earlier on. But Girvin got it right in the end. A 4-2 success to see off Small and to keep himself in contention to take the available place at finals night from Group A. It goes on, and coming up next is Sebastian Bialecki against Stefan Bellmont.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Nathan Girvin there getting a crucial win to keep his hopes of topping Group A alive, as we can see the stats from that match. An 80 average from Nathan. really having to dig deep in that match, showing all of his grit, all of his determination to keep himself in with that chance. Incredibly scrappy at times. Girvin's frustration evident throughout that match. Clearly annoyed with something going away from the Oki. 44% checkout percent in that match. We'll take a look at the league standing because it is still Danny Lowby who's in pole position to top Group A. Of course, he's overtaken Nathan Girvin this morning. He's on 22 points. Nathan Girvin still within a chance going into our last round of matches, but he's going to need to win that one. He does still have the superior leg difference, of course. Next up, we are going to see Biowetsky, who doesn't now have a chance of topping the table. He is going to go into Group B tomorrow evening. He takes on Belmont. Both of them have been quite wasteful at the end of legs today, so let's see how this one fares in the company of Chris and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby, indeed. So nothing to play for these two in terms of positions in the group. It's going to be playing themselves into form for what remains for them this week. For Biowetsky, it will be Group B. Stefan Bellmont, it will be Group C. But we've seen signs of Biowetsky at his best today, though, at the Super Series, Murph.
Yeah, we have. And he looked like he was going to keep himself in contention, didn't he, until that stunning 1-2-9 checkout from Danny Lauby in defeat to the American, the man who looks likely to top the group. And that could happen when he faces Stefan Bellmont in his last match, the penultimate match of the day. Before that, Alec Small and Jamie Kelling. But if Belmont manages to beat Danny Lauby, then Biowetsky will have a say, won't he? Because he'll take on Girvin in the last match of the day.
First. Game on.
Down from all the drama from that previous match. Hopefully this is a quiet, serene shootout between Seb and Stefan. I will promise the viewers one thing. It wasn't our presenter, Abby Davis, making any noise there. The ultimate professional.
And doing a sterling job as well is Abby.
59.
Not that far. I'm only joking. She is. She's doing an absolutely excellent job. As are you, Henry.
Well recovered.
Just waiting for the...
You've done all right, I suppose, Murph.
Well, thanks, mate.
You've had your moments.
Well, Biowetsky's had his moments. Belmont had his big moment. A 170 was a glorious defeat to Girvin earlier on. But he did get a very nice victory against Kelling as well, didn't he? 4-2.
45.
And I think he's playing himself into a bit of form.
And it is all about keeping the form up ahead of tomorrow.
60.
Where Murph departs, having done a sterling job this week. I will praise you up.
Yeah, we're going to reveal the identity of my replacement
59.
in the next match. So do stay tuned for that. I've given you a couple of clues already. The Premier commentator who we're going to borrow.
Just to clarify, when we say replacement in the next match, Murph will still be with us.
I'll be back in a couple of weeks. Gonna have a nice holiday, Henry.
100.
That's nice for some. You won't let me in your suitcase though for Belgium this weekend, would you?
Definitely not. Although I will be getting some more chocolate. The kind we've had from the Belmont family.
140. Stephen, you've got 140.
Although I must admit that the Swiss chocolate in the commentary box has driven me to distraction.
40.
Thank you, Mrs.
Sebastian,
Belmont.
you require 87.
Anyway, Biowetsky wanting 87.
Double 5. Excellent finish from Sebastian Bialecki, and that could be the spark that this game needs. An 87 finish. to give him the first leg.
Second leg, it's Stefan to throw first.
How will Belmont respond? And of course, on our social media
85.
handles, we're wanting you to give us your pub quiz names for the Super Series quiz tonight. It's not darts related, but I like this one. What about Quizzy Rascals?
Well, I mean, you could make it darts related if you replace Dizzy with Chizzy.
Bonkers.
43.
Is that it? Is that all you've got?
What was it you said yesterday? Quality, not quantity?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that all you've got?
100.
Thank God I've got a guest commentator with me tomorrow.
Anyway, back to the darts.
100.
And there aren't really any questions that are going to be answered in this game, are there? It is a couple of kind of dead rubbers coming up. This one in
97.
Small versus Kelling.
$133.
He's himself 140 after 12. That's unlucky. That's unlucky because that was in the treble.
140.
So, Belmont 140 to level us up. Otherwise, there's, well, he went the 18s route. The Rob Cross route for the 140. So, Biowetsky will return for 1-2-4 for a breaker throw and a 2-0 lead.
92. Sebastian, 124.
Fancy him, you know, to take this out. Treble 18 for the bull.
40.
And there goes
Seven,
another
you require
prediction.
48.
Go on, you have a try, Henry.
This is going to go. This dart will hit double 8. That
Game
dart
shot
will
the
hit
second
double
leg.
8. See you later,
Stefan
Murph. I'm
Bellmont.
off. I've peaked.
Thank God for that. Well, it's one
So
apiece
it's
between
Sebastian to throw
Biowetsky and
first.
Belmont
Game on.
after that double 8. But it is a little bit of a damp squib so far.
140.
It feels like day 5 of a test match when you know that they're playing for a draw.
$96.
That's a nice lie with the first dart, was it? No, it goes underneath for the second.
97.
Just a reminder of who joins the Darty Party in week 9 tomorrow and Friday. In Group C, we'll see Aaron Monk, Kurt Parry and Lee Cox return to the tournament. Whilst in Group B, I'm really looking forward to this, I have to say. Colin Osborne, Matt Dennant, Scott Williams. Oof. Good luck picking 3 from 5 from that is all I'm going to say. That's tomorrow on Friday's evening session from 10 here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Don't forget to give us a subscribe. We've got plenty of content coming up. We've got some content with the players as well and things like that. That's going to be up there over time. May even see bits and bobs from
60.
us commentators on there too. So plenty to keep you entertained here at the Super Series.
100. $81. Sebastian, you require 106.
So 106 for 2-1. Sebastian starts to try and put in a better performance.
Game shot on the third leg.
And he cleans it up.
Sebastian Bialecki. Fourth leg, it's Stefan to throw first. 100. $96.
So, still to come, Small v Kelling. Belmont v Lowby. Lowby can wrap up the
42.
group by beating Belmont in that match. And then Girvin against Biowetsky in a battle of the players who we expect now to be in Group B. But if Belmont can spring surprise against Lowby,
140.
then that could be a match that has everything on it at the end of the day.
Biowecki's up the level here. 87 average.
140.
We mentioned earlier, these types of games are tough ones for players to play in because they know that nothing is at stake. They know their destiny, their darting destiny for the next 2 days. And Belmont now gets the darts back. The Biowetsky against the throw had real control of this fourth leg.
23.
Belmont. Just too many erratic visits.
61.
Look at this leg as a case in point. 142, 140, 23.
$78. Sebastian, you record 146.
Seen Alec Small hit this today. Can Biowetsky join the 146 club? No, not on this occasion. So Belmont returns
Stefan, you record
for 118.
118.
I'll try it the other way, Henry. I can't see this happening. It's gone a silly route as well. It'll never happen. Surely not. That's me off. See you later.
Flag. Stefan Bellmont.
Shut the door on the way out.
Oh dear.
Fifth leg, it's Sebastian to throw first.
Went the wrong route and
Belmont.
everything.
Make sure you got your sat-nav on the way home.
Well, if he can produce stuff like that
59.
against Lauby in his last match, then things could be interesting towards the end of the afternoon. But where did it come from?
140.
Well, moving into
100.
the action for the rest of the week. We'll see the favourite to win Week 9 in action tomorrow night, Scott Williams. He's 7-2 favourite to win Week 9. Then Matthew Dennett, who enters the fray, is 5-1. Colin Osborne at 7s. Aaron Monk 10s. Kurt Parry 16s. And Lee Cox at 20s. Remember, it's 18 plus, begambleaware.org. And when the fun stops, stop. Well, I think Biowetsky's got a little bit of running repair to do. I think he's got a broken stem.
Yeah, well, just having to wait before we get the action back underway after fixing whatever the problem was. No, send them back to the mechanics.
Failed the darting MOT.
45.
And again, it's another turn where Belmont has put himself in a decent position with 3 trebles in his first 6 starts, but then gone wayward in a visit that just opens the door
59.
for Biowetsky, although it was the pole who threw first in this leg, and Belmont is still in pole position. That wasn't even intended, by the way. That was. That was
180.
Completely famine or feast for Stefan Bellmont in this match.
Well, Belmonte was a famous bullfighter in Spain in the late 1800s. Well,
54.
Belmont's seen the red 3 times there. He
36.
wants to see it for a 4th in succession if he can pin this double 18 for a breaker throw and a 13 dart leg.
Well, if he misses double 9,
18.
then Sebastian
Sebastian
Bialecki might be
170.
fighting the bull at the end of this combo. 60. Can't find it. So Belmont will return. Maybe might think about splitting.
95. Stefan, you require 18.
Straightforward, and that's on the wire. That might be a helpful guide.
Well, at least he's had all 3 darts,
9.
that's it. But he hasn't found the
Sebastian,
double with
you
any of
require
them.
75.
And Biowetsky can regain the lead. 18 for tops.
Game
And there it is, and he's 1 away.
Sebastian Bialecki.
And for all the scoring struggles, he hasn't missed a dart at double yet, Biowetsky. And he's now 1 away. Belmont is throwing to stay in the leg, stay in the match.
He hit a 180, didn't he, to lead 36 and then missed 6 darts from that point. You made the point. Biowetsky's only had 3 darts at double in the entire game. Hit the lot, sparked by that 106. Trebles are troubling, but the doubling
77.
is absolutely delightful from the 19-year-old.
$60.
Just a reminder what the players are playing for. They're playing for a place at Champions Week in the middle of October. There's a £41,000 prize fund that week.
96.
This is week 9 of the 12-week process that gets us there. And already there is Robert Owen, Chaz Barstow, Graham Hall, Dowell Pilgrim, Lee Evans, Kieran Tierney, who won the first ever night here at the Modus Live Lounge, Graham Usher and Conan Whitehead, who beat Ryan Finesse in the final on Saturday night. And Ryan brought a fair few fans down with him, didn't he, for that occasion. So who is going to join that 8-player field for the finals this week? We'll find out over the next couple of days, and then we've got some interesting fields for the week ahead, for all the weeks ahead, should I say. But we're going to keep them under wraps for now. We're going to keep you guessing, just like who our guest commentator is tomorrow. But you haven't got too much longer to wait until you find out the person's identity.
Might be very, very soon, because Biowetsky has set up 90 to win the match. We saw Nathan Girvin take out that exact checkout to win the previous match.
90.
Well, he's not going to get a treble, is he? No, it's the bull again.
56. Stefan, you require 87.
He's missed one.
He's left it awkward as well. Double 17, the least hit double on the board. May not even get a go, because here comes Stefan Bellmont once again. Just keeps appearing from nowhere.
The sick flag, Stefan Bellmont.
He just... Well, I think the story of this match for Stefan Bellmont is quite simply this. He's lost the legs he should have won, and he's won the legs he should have lost.
Sebastian to throw first.
Make it make sense.
$99. $137. $97.
So following the conclusion of this, obviously, Alec Small against Jamie Kelling. And then the match
100.
after that, Danny Lowby can secure his place into Saturday night's final if he can get a victory against the man walking past Biowetsky now, Stefan Bellmont.
126.
That'll be his final game of Group A, and then Biowetsky will finish the show, bring the curtain down on Group A as he takes on Nathan Girvin. That could be either a dead rubber or it could be a run to the line for the Scot. We're about to find out in due course. Biowetsky is down on 179. Belmont's on a finish, but it's the Pole who could leave it the more handy.
99. Stefan, you record 164.
To do it in style, it would be typical of his performance in this match. Out of absolutely nowhere,
139.
And he almost did it again.
Sebastian, you
Would
require
have been
80.
darting, escapology, and then some. It would have been ironic, if anything. Biowetsky wants tops.
Look at his face. Look at Stefan's
60.
face in the background there. That's the first time
Stefan,
I've
you
seen it
require
change all week.
25.
Can the man called Belmont seal the win? No.
13. Sebastian, you require 20.
Well, double 10 then for Biowetsky to get the better of Belmont. In what was a scrappy
Game
affair,
shot on the
but it's a
match.
scrap that has been won by Sebastian
Bialecki.
in a group that has had a clear gulfing class between the top three and the bottom three. That might not have been evident in the performance overall, but it was certainly evident in the finishing. 4 out of 7 for Sebastian Bialecki, just 3 out of 13, including a match start, a couple of match starts, in fact, for Stefan Bellmont. So we do move on to our final 3 matches, starting with Alec Small against Jamie Kelling, and then the group winner will be decided.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've got 3 more matches coming your way as we enter the final round of games here in Group A. We've just seen Biowetsky come through a last leg decider against Stefan Bellmont. Nothing to play for in that last match. Both of them already know they'll be returning for more darting action on Thursday and Friday, but there was still plenty of drama in that one. Belmont with moments of brilliance in that match, just lacking a bit of consistency. Biowetsky with an 84 average, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. That was one of his more clinical displays on the outer ring in that one. So let's have a look at how that affects the table. As I said, there was nothing really to play for in that last match, and it's the same for our next game, which is Small against Kelling. Both of them know that they will be in Group C come tomorrow morning. So then, going into this match, it's Kelling, who's produced some really, really good darts against the two players at the top of the table, of course, getting the better of Nathan Girvin before giving Danny Lowby a slight scare in his last match. How will he fare up against Alec Small? Let's find out in the company of Henry and Chris.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, it is a second, well, it's dead rubber of sorts, but whoever wins this game will probably finish top of that mini league in the bottom half of the table. Will probably get 4th place. And it's all smiles with nothing too heavy at stake in this one. Alec Small having a little chat and chuckle with Owen Binks, our referee. And he'll take on Jamie Kelling, who has produced some decent stuff today and produced the most important result of the day, which was a 4-1 win against Nathan Girvan earlier on. The next couple of matches will decide who tops the table. It's in the hands of Danny Lowby, who takes on Stefan Bellmont in game 14 before Girvan meets Biowetsky in the last game
It's Alec to throw
of
first.
Group A. But before that,
Game on.
it is Small versus Kelling. And the first thing we're going to do, Henry, is announce who will be sat in my chair tomorrow. Over to you to do the honours.
We have the 3-time Lakeside champion of the world and the former Premier League champ, that is Duzza Glenn Durrant, sat in the chair
96
for the rest of the week.
There we go. Proper expertise. A man who's been there, done it, and we'll be here to talk about it. I'm looking forward to having a listen in.
85.
And maybe at some point working with Glenn. I did get the pleasure of working with him actually at Lakeside, and I can assure you, Henry, that you've got a very, very good co-commentator joining you tomorrow.
Indeed. And a very well-researched commentator as well, who's
40.
coming to us for the first time. Looking forward to that very much so. So travelled down Glen today and look forward to working with you for the rest of the week.
Maybe say things as nice about me when I'm not here.
I've been very complimentary of you, Chris.
80.
Good lad.
Alec, you require 148.
Well, will Small produce a good finish here? Not to be, so Kelling will return, looking at the 110.
36. Jamie, you require 110.
May stay there, you know. Look like a decent lie.
54. Alec, you require 112.
Trouble 17. We'll let him a dart at tops.
40. Jamie, you require 56.
Been a little bit scrappy. But can Kelling reel off the first leg on tops? It's a little bit like the last game where the scoring was a bit suspect, but the doubling was pretty good.
And it's an immediate break of throw for Jamie Kelling.
Jamie to throw first.
You might put this down as a fairly decent day. Beating Nathan Girvan really was a standout result, as we mentioned. And he hasn't been really battered in any of his games.
140.
I think it is going to be tough if this pair don't pick up their levels
121.
to get one of those top 2 places in Group C with the incoming players. And I think Stefan Bellmont has probably been the player that has improved the most as the week has gone on out of these 3.
Yeah, I'd tend to agree with you on that. He's probably the one to watch going into tomorrow and Friday's group, which will be with me and Glenn in comms. Abby will be
100. Jamie,
up on the balcony from 9:30 tomorrow morning here on Sporty Stuff TV in the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
Yeah, it'll be a good friend and neighbour of Kelling's joining the group as well, Aaron Monk, along with another Welshman like Small in Kurt Parry. And then Lee Cox completes the field.
98. Jamie, require 96. 38. Alec,
Is that
it
break going to be
requires
cancelled
66.
cancelled out straight away? 66. Well, I can only assume he was aiming for the bullseye there. He'll now be aiming for double 16, but he won't be finding it and might be finding himself halfway to defeat.
2 at tops.
Game shot on the second
2
leg.
from 2 on the doubles for Jamie
Kelling.
Kelling. 2 from 2 on that specific double. And he leads Alec Small by 2 legs to 0 in this one.
So like it's Alec
Small
to
has the
throw
darts
first.
in the third. And we were asking earlier on today as well as part of our
53.
Get Involved campaign here at the Super Series for some names of pub quiz teams, darting related ones if possible. I like this one.
60.
Price is Right.
Again, it's in the spelling, isn't it?
140.
Spelling you'd like. What about an actual Super Series
125.
themed quiz team named Henry? I'm going to task you with that one before the end of the day's play, please.
Well, last week we had Tungsten
65.
Time, which...
Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, from the infamous MC, Paul Starr.
55.
We are ready.
Star by name.
Star
No,
by
no, it's
nature.
just Star by name. That's leave it there.
Suppose the pub quiz beats working, I suppose.
140. Alec's last score was 93.
So just an alteration of the score here. We'll put Alec Small on 150.
Alec, you require 150.
Yeah, he went for it. I knew it would happen at some point when Bull first start
100,
there.
you require 121.
Got nowhere near it. But might have a go at it with one dart. I was going to say when he comes back, but the when has become an if because Kelling can go for the bull himself.
71.
And it's bounced off the wire.
Alec, you
I think
require
it was in the
50.
25. Go on, Alec. Go on, Alec. No, you've disappointed us, Alec.
Well, if he misses, then Jamie can have a go himself.
Game shot on the third leg.
But he doesn't miss.
Alec
And he
Small.
halves the deficit, 2-1.
Spoil sport.
But I do think these are the games for that little bit of entertainment. There you see,
Fourth leg, it's Jamie to
rejected
throw
by the
first.
ring.
You've been watching Married at First Sight?
I think we had
100.
this discussion yesterday, Henry. I don't watch the same TV programmes as you do. It's a young man's game, that.
140.
We'll get to the serious business after this match, though, because it is going to be the 2 games, or maybe just the 1 game,
43.
that decides the destination of the first group
60.
of the week. Who will progress straight through to finals night? Who will pass go and get to skip a couple of days? And maybe even
59.
collect a bit more than £200 come Saturday night. 5,000 on offer. And that place at Champions Week.
42.
You know what? I've never played Monopoly in my life.
45.
Is that just a random fact? Oh, because I said don't pass it. I get it now, Henry, yeah. We're finding a lot out about you, aren't we, over the course of these commentary sessions?
81.
Leave a little bit of mystique for the viewers. I feel like we've known each other for all of your life.
96.
Not that long, actually. Well, 158 for Kelling.
75 score.
Going to be under some pressure. 103 remaining before this start.
92. Jamie, 158.
We will definitely get some showmanship
96.
for the rest of the week
You're
because
right,
Scott Williams is
86.
entering the field tomorrow evening, and he is the greatest showman in this sport.
37.
Will he be the greatest
Jamie
throwman
requires
come the end of the
62.
week?
Tops, he loves it up here. He hasn't missed one yet, but he
42.
has now.
Alec, you
And so
require
Small returns to 49.
Well, that was a little bit precarious, you know. It was almost Owen Binks correctly calling no score.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
He correctly calls
Alec
game short on the
Small.
fourth leg instead, as Alex Small levels. But it looks like these two meaningless matches are both going to go the
Alex
distance.
to throw first.
I know it might have meaning for some of you,
Game on.
but they can be the gambler's ruin, can't they? The games that have got nothing on them.
53.
Next one has huge repercussions for Danny Lowby, the drummer from the United States, against Stefan Bellmont.
140.
We best drum up that one.
96.
Well, it's Lauby, the drummer, against the Swiss Stefan Bellmont, isn't it? So we should have a drum roll, really. Kelling getting on a roll here.
180.
140 followed by 180.
24. 30.
Well, he was on a roll. That quickly stopped.
42. Jamie Rock 151. 131.
Yeah, good setup from Kelling. By the way, we mentioned the MC Polestar and his tungsten time mantle.
100. Jamie
He, of course, does MC the World Seniors event. And those of you who want tickets on Saturday night here for free, by the way, you can get them from dartshop.tv. That's
Kelly.
also where you can find out more information and book tickets for the World Seniors. The World Championship confirmed again for next February.
Super League, it's Jamie to throw first.
Well, there was that ghost again marching across the shot.
It's like a special song, isn't it?
100.
Don't worry, I won't sing.
85.
To be fair, this is probably the longest you've seen me on a
85.
mic, Murph, without blasting out a tune.
Yeah. Thank the Lord for small mercies.
42. 60.
Kelling closing in.
96. 100. 50. Jamie Rock 156.
To win the match in style. Not going to happen at this juncture, but he is going to return Alec Small back on 228. Don't forget to join us for our next match as Danny Lowby looks to secure progression through
94.
Group
Jamie
A
Rock
as he
96.
faces Stefan Bellmont. But here and now, Jamie Kelling is 96 points away from sealing victory against Alec Small. It's not going to happen on this occasion.
56. Alec Rock 134.
He's going to return for tops unless Small can find something inspired. That was far from desired.
Can only assume that it got
38.
sort of
Jamie
fell out
Rock
of his hand,
140.
unless that ghost on the balcony was messing around with a bottle or
Game
something.
shot out of the match.
But Kelling
Jamie
keeps his ball
Kelling.
and gets over the line. Wins 4-2 against Alec Small. They will be back in Group C tomorrow from 9:30. But the next match may well decide who doesn't have to play on Thursday and Friday, because if Danny Lowby can beat Stefan Bellmont, then he will top the group. That is coming right up after this.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We've just seen Jamie Kelling record his second victory of the day, a 4-2 win over Welshman Alec Small, an 83 average for Jamie to end the day. 4 out of 7 on the outer ring, 57% checkout success. That really is the biggest strength of his game, but his scoring has certainly improved as the day has gone on as well. But after 2 games with very little riding on them, we can see when we look at the table that this is the game that really matters. It's all in Danny Lowby's hands. He knows that if he wins here over Stefan Bellmont, he will secure his place at the top of Group A and confirm his place in finals night. He's had the perfect start to the day so far, hasn't he? Winning all 4 of his matches. Can he make it 5 out of 5? He's the player he's level with on the Challenge Tour. They've both got £2,400 on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, Stefan Bellmont and Danny Lowby. But Danny Lowby is certainly the player who's produced the best in Group A this week. So can he get that all-important win to seal his spot at finals night? Let's find out with the chaps.
Can Lowby lob his way to glory? If Danny can defeat Belmont, he will be the man who progresses through Group A here at the Super Series. For Stefan Bellmont, he is playing the role of spoiler in this game. And if he does, it will give Nathan Girvin a chance when he takes on Sebastian Bialecki in the last game. If Danny does it here, everything is set in stone. Following the conclusion of game 14 of 15 here on Wednesday. But Belmont has shown at times he can produce some good stuff. Can he produce it here?
Yeah, Lauby wants to take advantage of the position he's put himself in with a little bit of help from Jamie Kelling, who beat Nathan Girvin earlier on. Belmont almost did in the very first match of the day. That one went the distance. 4-3. And Girvin will be hoping that Stefan does to Danny kind of what he did to him, hang around like a bad smell.
60.
Lauby has to break at some point 45. If he is to keep control of his darting destiny. If we take a look at the league table, you just saw it with Abby at the top of the show. So if Stefan Bellmont does manage to spring a surprise here, then Nathan Girvin will be 2 points behind Danny Lauby, but will have a better leg difference. So it will mean that Girvin will simply have to beat Biowetsky in the final match to top the group.
Nice and simple. The equation here.
95.
If Lauby wins, it's over. He's through.
57.
There's going to be at least 8 points between 3rd and 4th place. It really has been. We used the cliche, didn't we, at the start of the day, group of 2 halves, but it really has been this week.
100.
And if I cast your mind back all the way to Monday evening,
83.
and we thought this was going to be a really tightly contested group because of the way the opening results in the group went.
It was 6-6, 6-4, 4-4, wasn't it, in terms of points after one day's play? So 2 points from top to bottom has become potentially 16 points if Lauby wins this match.
Which is absolutely incredible when you think about it. So Belmont returns to 52 to win the opening leg. Tops.
We did have to step back there. You may have heard a little siren in the background. We are in a more open arena than we were in the almost soundproof room in Southampton, and those kind of things are unavoidable, especially when we are here without an audience during the week. You won't hear it on a Saturday night, but you will have that wall of noise from the exclusive crowd here at the Live Lounge. 5-5 for first blood.
10.
He fails to find it. He's now missed 5. And Lowby makes the most of his luck once again.
Danny Lowby
steps in when he needs to step in. At times he has had to ride his luck. But when he's been given the opportunities, more often than not, he's taken them, and he leads 1-0 here. Break a throw. He needed to get one in the match, so if you're going to do it in the first.
Yeah, Stefan Bellmont gives him a sniff, and Danny Lowby gets rid of it as quickly as possible.
$60.
I mentioned yesterday
60.
about how Danny Lowby's experience of winning big events in America this year, perhaps being the most common winner of this group over recent times of events, could come into play when we're getting towards the final throws, and I feel like maybe it has.
180.
Yeah, he certainly, in a way, do you think, and it's probably a very difficult question to ask, but we've seen players thrive having had days rest. Maybe some players that are a little bit more older and seasoned have more taxing throws. Do you think it might actually suit Danny Lowby to be playing in Group B and keep rolling, and keep the arm going? Or do you think he will benefit from the couple of days off?
I mean, with Danny compared to a lot of other players as well, you've got to factor in jet lag. I know he's been over in the country now for the best part of a week, but 6-hour time gap. He'd probably prefer the evening sessions because it'd be more suited to American time than these morning sessions are, which actually probably makes the achievement of getting through Group A an even more miraculous one, because he's had to play at start times back home of 4:30.
60.
Well, Belmont once again has an opportunity. He's missed 5 darts to hold his throw in the first leg. He'll get a dart to break Lowby's throw in the second. That dart is at double 16. And that's missed as well.
Danny require 81.
The bullseye.
56.
Just underneath, and so Belmont returns for double 8 to get the break back and to level us up.
Well, Lowby can't keep relying on Belmont missing, and he's stopped missing now.
Stefan Bellmont.
All square, and the hard work, the breaker throw that Lowby landed immediately is immediately undone.
It's Stefan to throw first.
Is Stefan going to be that spoiler? Is he going to offer the opportunity to Nathan Girvin and take us right down to the wire in this group?
79.
And it has been a group that's just changed in dynamic time and time again, hasn't it, Henry? You mentioned after that first day, it looked like it was going to be a really closely contested league. And then it looked like it was going to be no contest as Girvan ran away. It's recently looked like Lauby was going to make the sprint finish, but he could be pegged back here, and it could be back in Girvan's hands.
And this is what we love about this format, because it's so interchangeable. Nothing is set in stone, nothing's guaranteed, and with every single game that passes, a different circumstance, consequence, scenario comes up, rears its head. And suddenly here, Stefan Bellmont's found something. He's found another gear. Lauby's going to have to up it here. Otherwise, he's in huge trouble. Huge trouble.
2 visits to clean this up. And that looks like a nice guide.
100.
Ton will do very nicely indeed. Lauby has to hit big, and all he can do here is hit and hope.
137.
Now to do a job, if Belmont cannot take out the 47, 2 16s.
Game's on the third.
And it is 2-1 to Stefan. And suddenly, things are beginning to get interesting. Maybe that last game could be worth something.
Danny to throw first.
Lauby's going to have to do it from behind.
134.
Because if he loses here, Girvin will be breathing down his neck.
Because of the scoreline in this match, it's now confirmed that Stefan Bellmont will be finishing 5th in this Group A table. Can't catch Jamie Kelling on leg difference, but can't lose enough legs for Alec Small to be lifted off the bottom of the table either.
140.
But Lowby's position may be out of his hands suddenly. Here he comes.
140.
Here he comes.
Oh my.
140.
A
Danny,
big 140 from Belmont. The 127 may have to go. It may still go. Double eight. That is superb from Danny Lowby. What a time for 127 and game. That could be a game changer in the group.
Fifth-legged Stefan to throw first.
Well, perhaps the next addition we need to make to the coverage is a practice room camera. Because I just would like a penny for the thoughts of Nathan Girvin at that moment. Belmont was in a brilliant position in the leg. Left himself 81. After 9 darts. And then Lauby lands a big 127. See him in the background nodding away there. He thinks that could be the tungsten tide turner. He had a 129 earlier. That 127 is right up there with it.
92.
The timing of the big finishes have been pretty much perfect for Lauby.
$100.
But these constant ton visits have given Belmont opportunities.
100.
Can't be prized apart in this leg.
$100.
A flurry of tons.
100.
Harry crave another one.
100. Danny, 167.
Yet another ton.
Well, again,
59.
it's an 80-something finish that Belmont has left himself on. This time you will get a go at it. Treble 17 will be the target. This is turning into his best performance, not just of the day, but of the week.
51.
But Lauby has the chance for another ton-topping checkout to put himself on top in more ways than one. Treble 16, the route to leave double top.
88.
He's not quite managed to find it. Another 32. Chance beckons for Belmont.
Steps back to recompose. And that's similar to the dart in his previous visit. And I wonder how much of that he can see. He can see enough.
Stefan Bellmont.
Belmont's on the brink.
This is getting interesting, folks. Stefan Bellmont
is
one leg away from inflicting the first defeat of the day on Danny Lowby, who just needed to win this match against a player with nothing to play for to secure his spot at finals night as the winner of Group 8. Nathan Girvin is in the practice room, willing Stefan Bellmont to win one more leg so that he can go out and snatch that spot off Lauby when he faces Sebastian Bialecki in the final match of the group.
But in a similar vein to Belmont, Biowetsky himself has his fate sealed.
42.
Is Stefan Bellmont smelling victory?
100.
Can he sniff the scent
81.
of success and deny Danny Lowby the group glory?
$100.
Ton is okay. But Lowby needs 2 trebles. Of that, there is no doubt. And that makes things difficult.
100.
And to be fair, to find 1, that's good enough when you consider Lie the first dart. 1-4-5 to win the match and keep Girvin's hopes alive. And so Lowby on 1-2-1. He's already had a 1-2-7, and you sense that this might have to go.
Huge moment. Well, going that route, hitting the bullseye doesn't really help, does it? You've still got to find a treble and a double. And now Belmont just needs 2 singles to get a dart to win the match. Oh, now he needs 25 and bull. Now he needs bull. Unbelievable by Belmont, who defeats Danny Lowby and sends Group A into the final match. Nathan Girvan has got the result he needed, and all he has to do now is beat Sebastian Bialecki to regain top spot at the expense of Danny Lowby, who has been denied by Stefan the Spoiler Bellmont in the penultimate game of the day, having won his previous 4 to put himself at the top with his fate in his own hands. Now his fate is in the hands of Girvan and Sebastian Bialecki in the crucial, pivotal match at the end of the day, and it is coming right up.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It is all still to play for with 1 game remaining. I am joined by Danny Lowby. Of course, you have won 4 out of 5 of your games today, but after that last game, how are you feeling?
I'm a bit tired, but I was hoping to get 5, but Stefan played class. It's to be expected. It would have made things easier to win that last one, but, you know, leave it to me to make things dramatic.
And of course, you took out that 1-2-7. It looked like that could have been a turning point. You've taken out some big ton plus finishes at crucial moments today, haven't you? That 1-2-9 earlier on in the day, a 1-0-4 as well. They have been crucial for you.
Yeah, I've been happy with my finishing. I've been happy with my play this whole time, really. I'm usually tend to be kind of a scrappy player, going to play to the energy of the other player, which could be a good thing and a bad thing at times. And probably should have just to be consistent and play at a certain level the whole time would be ideal. But hats off to Stefan, and he's made things difficult for me, as he should. So we'll see what happens.
And we saw glimpses of your best darts on days 1 and 2, but today you have played at a more consistent level, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, I would hope so. It's experiences. There's really no substitute for it, and I've been coming here enough. I'm staying here now. My friend Jamie's just been putting me up this whole time and taking care of me, so it's a lot of lessons to be learned being over here, and I think I should be getting the hang of it
And
any day now, you would think.
And your first time playing in this new environment, how have you found the MODUS Super Series?
It's been terrific. It's a great venue. You know, church, creepy church, I love it. It's like, honestly, it's really cool here. It's a different vibe, a great venue, great stage. Love it. I'm happy to be here. Hope to be back.
Absolutely, and
Saturday.
we've got one. I was going to say, you don't want to leave it too long, do you?
I guess, if I have to be.
But we're going to have a little look at the table now. I'm sure you don't want to take a look at it right now, but we have got one more game remaining. You are still top as things stand. Of course, that could change if Nathan gets the win in the last game. Are you going to be watching it downstairs?
Probably, I guess. Just because I like Nathan. Usually I don't. Nathan's been playing class the whole time. He was top this whole week, I believe. I mean, I don't have a bad thing to say about the guy. You know, if he plays this game, he should be ahead. But this room's full of good players, and I guess we'll just see what happens. Make things interesting.
And that's one of the keys, isn't it? This group has been littered with so much talent that it's been congested at the top throughout.
Oh, the whole time. Yeah, there's no time to breathe, it seems like. You know, so give up breathing if you want to play here. But let's go.
Hopefully you'll continue to breathe whilst watching that downstairs. So it is time for our last match of the afternoon. Can Nathan Girvin beat this guy to top spot and book his place in Group A? Let's find out.
Well, thanks, Abby. Welcome back to the Creepy Church. It is the MODUS Live Lounge here at the Super Series. And Danny Lowby, I'm sure, will be finding a little space to pray somewhere in this arena as Nathan Girvin gets his last chance saloon shootout underway. And to be honest, the silver lining, perhaps, Henry, for Danny Lowby is that if you were going to pick a player other than yourself in this group to do the business for you, you would probably pick Sebastian Bialecki.
He'd certainly be right up there, wouldn't he? And I've got to give credit to Danny. He spoke very well there on the back of defeat. Not just is he a really good darts player, he's a really good guy as well. So credit to him for speaking so openly and honestly there. And he'll be hoping that he won't have to return here tomorrow or Friday. He'll be back on Saturday for the big one, for the final. But Nathan Girvin's going to have other ideas. Victory for him, and he will be in to Saturday night's darting finale. And Danny Lowby will make the trip across the coast.
100.
Currently staying in Bournemouth, I believe.
We were saying at the start of the show today that leg difference could come into play. And
100.
if Nathan Girvin does win, he will win the table on leg difference. And yesterday will turn out to be where he won it when he had such a dominant day of darts.
60.
The fact that he won 5 from 5 and Lauby couldn't do that today. That's what it could all hinge and pin on.
140.
And Girvin's made a good start to this game.
Yeah, certainly looks like he means business, maybe boosted by the confidence of seeing Belmont beat Lauby in that previous match.
39.
Full credit as well, and Danny did give credit to Stefan Bellmont for causing him a problem. Nobody wants to lose any game of darts. They all go up every game and try and play the best.
39.
For Nathan here, it's perhaps a second chance, which maybe he wasn't expecting the way Danny was playing today.
98.
So he's looking to take full advantage of that against Biowetsky. Tops.
I don't think he will. No need to, is there, with Biowetsky not on a finish. That's why he's gone for the treble.
Game shot in the first
And he's
leg.
very authoritatively landed the double. Still having a little glance at the balcony. Danny Lauby did call it a creepy church, and we did joke that there may be some ghosts around.
Second leg, it's Sebastian
But
to throw
nothing
first.
seeming to knock Nathan out of his stride at the start of this match.
Well, Girvin had to rely on the spirit of Stefan Bellmont to be in this position.
I think it really does add to the character of the event, doesn't it? It's an old converted church that has been reused as a bar and now has become the Modus Live Lounge. The fantastic work that's gone in behind the scenes to move us from that room in Southampton that served a fantastic purpose and gave players opportunities, but now they're getting better experience, bigger experience, and bigger prize checks as well.
Do you reckon it was a ghost that threw that Lowby dart on Monday?
Well, possibly.
85.
Well, Lauby might be looking like he's seen one if Girvin does win here. It was Girvin's to lose, wasn't it, all week, and then it suddenly became Lauby's to lose. Has he lost it? Can Girvin grab it back?
140.
Biowetsky's had the better of the second leg, though. It was a quiet first for Seb. Further darts in the second. He's a score in front of Girvin. He's going to get 6 on 157 to level up this pivotal match.
No treble, just offers a little bit of optimism.
57.
And it is a trebleless turn from Biowetsky, who will be looking to come back and take out a ton, but no guarantee of a dart at a double. Needs to just stay straight to leave a finish of any kind.
60.
Manages that.
Sebastian, you require 100.
Now it will be tops. It's not. Called the bluff,
80.
but not taken out the finish.
You require 170.
Well, this would be some way to open up a 2-0 lead in a game you have to win the group. Not going to happen, so Biowetsky will be back for double 10 to level us up.
60. Sebastian, you require 20.
2 10s.
Game show on the second leg.
Sebastian stays.
Sebastian Bialecki.
That's another Polish darts player, isn't it? Sebastian Steyer.
Third leg is Nathan to throw first.
And he's sticking around in this match, Biowetsky, for now, after that flying start from the Scotsman.
On the subject of Sebastian Stay, he'd have actually the appropriate walk-on song for this venue.
57.
Personal Jesus by Depeche Mode.
Well, the question is whether or not Nathan Girvin will be staying another day or two, or whether they'll be having those days off and preparing for finals night. It has all come down to this. And it's a match, as we quite often see
92.
At the MODUS Super Series, between two players where one of them's not actually playing in the match. This is a game between Lowby and Girvin, isn't it? Biowetsky in to bat for the American.
Yeah, it's a match with 3 players in, but only 2 can throw at one time, pretty much.
60.
It'd be like the equivalent of... Lauby be the equivalent of waiting outside Dixon's at 4:45, waiting for the results to come in. I'm too young to know that, by the way.
Well, I've just wondered what was going on in your life that it was making you do that, Henry, but...
41.
I'll ask you after. Make sure you're all right. Too engrossed in this for now, because this is a crucial contest.
43.
Biowetsky, by the way, his position's not going to change. Whatever happens, he would go level on points with Girvin if he were to win this match, but before the game, he's 12 legs worse off.
140.
Great timing for 140. He's going to get a go at the 111. Biowetsky would crave a 137 from this juncture. It's not going to happen.
Locked himself out, hasn't he?
59.
That's why he had to switch. So it's all the ones
you
for Nathan
require
Girvin to take a
111.
2-1 lead, but Biowetsky is poised in similar territory. This could be the pivotal exchange in the contest. Big moment, big pause. Is it a big miss?
Sebastian, you require 118.
How crucial will this be? 18. Tops.
9.
That could have been seismic for Seb.
Nathan, you
But
require
Girvin returns
16.
for the double 8.
Well, again, you can see him prolonging the addressing of the Oki. Takes aim after taking his time.
Game's on the third leg.
And he's now
Nathan
2
Girvin.
legs away. He needed a result to go his way and then to make the most of that result going his way.
Fourth leg, it's Sebastian.
And he's
to
held
throw
his
first.
nerve
Game
and his
on.
throw to lead Sebastian Bialecki by 2-1.
Without sounding cool, you would want a camera on Danny Lowby right about now. Wherever he is, he must be pacing up and down, nervously waiting, twiddling his thumbs, biting his fingers.
Yeah, I have to say I agree with your assessment. He spoke very, very well to Abby thereafter. Defeat, a defeat that may end up costing him a place at finals night on Saturday because there is no
131.
guarantee of him getting through that Group B. We will chat about the groups at the end of the show.
135. $56.
He had an opening there, Girvin. He couldn't take full advantage of it, so Biowetsky,
92.
a big treble there. And in this kind of game, I feel like every treble is absolutely huge. It's been that kind of match.
135.
Both players know the significance of it, and I think that's why we've seen some of the darts we've seen.
Yeah, it's been a totally different kind of day for Nathan Girvin in particular today. It's been all about scrapping and battling.
99.
And he puts himself in a decent spot here.
115.
A slightly more favourable finish than that of his opponent. 115 on offer. Chooses to go downstairs for starters. Now wants treble 20. Can't find it. And this is a big opportunity for the man hoping to
41.
top the group.
Nathan, you
Well,
require
it's as big as
80.
it gets for Nathan Girvin. This is for a break at a 3-1 lead, and it put him a leg away from qualification. 20 for tops. Tops it is.
$40.
But that's a bounce out at the
Sebastian, you
worst
require
possible time, and so
74.
Seb returns for the 74.
We've talked about the problems with 60 and 2 darts. Well, we're going to see the same issue here. How much can he see? All of
Game's
it.
on the fourth
And he
leg.
finds it.
Sebastian
And he rubs salt
Bialecki.
into the wound.
And so Group A goes down to effectively a best-of-3 leg
Fifth leg,
shootout.
it's Nathan to throw first.
Girvin has the darts
Game on.
in 2 of the remaining 3 legs that could be played in this match. He needs 2 of them to top the group. If Biowetsky
95.
secures the win, Lowby will be back on Saturday night.
A maximum of 3 legs of tense
60.
tungsten tossing here at the Super Series. A really gripping game
140.
and a thrilling finish to the action in Group A. Don't worry, there's plenty more to come this week. We're back at 9:30 a.m. here on Sporty Stuff
96.
TV for the beginning of Group C. And it's double sessions Thursday and Friday as always. Group B getting underway at 10 p.m. and it's the same time for
125.
finals night on Saturday. An audience in the arena as well, and you can be part of it. Tickets available for free via dartshop.tv. Girvin quietly has worked his way down to a finish after 9
43. Nathan, you
as
require
he bids to go
141.
1 away. from the win.
He's going to have 6 at it, so he can plot his route accordingly.
60.
Sebastian may start on the 18s here. And now treble 20s, 138 would leave him on a finish just to tap Girvan on the shoulder
98.
again.
Nathan, you require
He needs it.
81.
This luxury is nice in this spot, isn't it?
Because he doesn't have to worry about the bullseye route. And as you mentioned, in this situation where everything must be racing through his mind,
49.
he hasn't got the stress of an opponent breathing down his neck. He may do after this visit if Biowetsky can plonk in a couple of trebles.
100.
Girvin will return for the 32, 4-3-2.
32.
Doesn't want to give Biowetsky a go at the 104, but he
24.
does. He does.
Is this
Sebastian, you
another
require
game changer?
104.
The 104. One dart at double 16.
Game shot
Oh
the
my
fifth
goodness, that is seismic
Sebastian
from Seb.
Bialecki.
And he has the throw to knock Girvin out, to send
Fifth
Danny through.
Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Well, the tension's almost unbearable for us. How must Nathan Girvan be feeling right now?
140.
How must Danny Lowby be feeling right now? And the coolest customer in Tungsten Town is Sebastian Bialecki.
97.
And have a look at this for a leg.
140.
Back-to-back 140s. And Nathan Girvin is right up against it here. His back's against the wall. Biowetsky's put on a spurt. And his hopes of progressing through Group A could be ending in about 6 darts' time.
60.
Only 60. Well, the door isn't open, but maybe the cat flap is.
140.
Didn't quite manage to take it
Sebastian
off his hinges, and it's 6 darts from
161.
161 for Biowetsky to spring another surprise win. That is after Stefan Bellmont did the damage to Danny Lauby's campaign. Is Biowetsky going to dig Danny out of that hole?
99.
He's got 62 upon his return. Girvin's going to go down for 19s. He needs all 3 of them.
95.
That may not be
Sebastian
enough.
requires
Biowetsky
62.
returns for 62. To send Lowby through and knock Girvin out. Double 16.
30.
Match
You
dart
require
missed.
112.
112 for Girvin. And he knows it's got to go. $92 left, and that's awkward. Went along the line to treble 18. And so Biowetsky will return for double 16.
52. Sebastian, you require 32.
Double 16.
No score.
And that's more mismatched darts.
Nathan,
And
you
Girvin's got a
require
reprieve.
60.
He knows the significance of this moment. He steps back to recompose as he stares down 60 to send us to a last leg. With his opponent having missed match darts. Tops. Double 10. And has the chance come and
46.
gone for Nathan Girvin.
Sebastian, you require
And
32.
Biowetsky is back.
Game
To
shot
take
on
the match. and to
Sebastian
send Danny Lauby
Bialecki.
through to Saturday night's finals here at the Super Series. Nathan Girvin will have to come back for Group B alongside Biowetsky. Congratulations to Danny Lauby, who has qualified for Saturday night's final. This is the tail of the tape then in our final game in Group A. A free dart average of 79.49 for Biowetsky, 4 from 11 on the doubles, a checkout percentage of 36.36%, a high checkout of 104, and what a time that was in the game to produce it as well. Nathan Girvan thought perhaps he was going to have the opportunity to send it to a last leg where he would have had the darts, but it wasn't to be for him. The table topper last night will have to return tomorrow and Friday evening to progress his way through to the finals on Saturday night. So congratulations go to Danny Lauby, who goes through to Saturday's finals. Let's head upstairs now then for a roundup of all we've seen today with Chris Murphy on the balcony alongside Abigail Davis.
Very much, Henry. Wow, drama. Danny Lauby becomes the first player through to Saturday night's final. And I've just had it confirmed to me that he spent the majority of that last match stood outside.
Yeah, I just passed through the practice room actually to get here, and he wasn't in there watching. Everybody else was really gripped by the end of that match, as I'm sure you were as well, and everybody watching at home. A real incredible end to the day. A group that looked like it was going to be wrapped up at the end of yesterday. Then it looked like it was going to be wrapped up halfway through today. And then in the end, just twists and turns right to the death.
Yeah, let's get confirmation of that then by looking at the league table. There we have it. Danny Lauby on 22 points. Nathan Girvan and Sebastian Bialecki both go into Group B, of course. Do you see Nathan Girvan, after the phenomenal day he had yesterday? Of course, it has just not gone his way. I think you said in commentary, a woeful Wednesday, which it most certainly has been. Do you see him recovering tomorrow?
Yeah, he needs to see it as a clean slate, doesn't he? And there is a good chance of getting through Group B. You've got a better chance of getting through it than of not getting through it. So he needs to see it that way. But I think the way it's ended will be difficult to recover from, because he would have thought, well, that's it. He lost 3 out of his last 4 matches in the end. But when Danny Lauby then lost out to that brilliant performance from Stefan Bellmont, Nathan must be thinking, right, I'm back in it, and had to try and lift himself for the last game. Couldn't get over the line, and it's going to be difficult to recover. But and, by the way, it's a very, very tough group.
It is indeed. We're going to take a look at that. But just one more word on that. I think it would have actually been better for Nathan had Danny wrapped it up himself, so that Nathan hadn't been the one to throw that opportunity away.
Absolutely, agree 100%. He just must have been through so many different emotions today, coming into the day knowing it's completely in his own hands, feeling himself losing his grip, lost his grip completely, and then suddenly it's back in his hands, but didn't really have time to adjust to the situation and couldn't put in the performance he needed.
Absolutely. You've touched upon it. That Group B is looking incredible, isn't it? There we have it. Confirmation. Danny Lauby is our Group A winner. Group B, Colin Osborne. And a great addition in himself, but then Scott Williams in there, Biowetsky and Nathan Girvan obviously joining Denant as well. Who do you pick to come out of that group?
Scott Williams, for me, is a man in form. He's a player who's won 4 Challenge Tour titles and a Pro Tour title as well. He's a fantastic watch, always was at the Live League, will be even more so at the Super Series, because he's got these weird and wonderful ways. He's a proper showman, and I'm really looking forward to seeing him. Colin Osborne, one of the players who's hit a 9-darter in this tournament as well. I think Girvan might just get through, and I'm going to back him to go through with the 2 men I've mentioned, Osborne and Williams.
Wow, incredible. And then a little look at Group C as well. Aaron Monk entering the fray in that one. How do you see that group going?
Yeah, this week, of the 3 players that were in that bottom half, I think Stefan Bellmont has made the most progress day by day. So I think he will be a contender in that group. But watch out for Lee Cox. He's a dangerous outsider, can play really well on his day, and I think he's going to be up there as well. And the best part of it is, I'm not even going to be here for you to hold me to account.
I was going to ask you about that. Is the reason that you're leaving because you don't want to be outdone by Scott Williams in the fashion stakes?
Well, I don't think anybody can compete with Scott Williams, certainly not in sock. He wears Paul Nicholson's face on his socks. I mean, who can compete with that?
I think that's the perfect place to leave it and leave you with that in your mind, hopefully for the rest of the day. Please do come and join us. 9:30, we'll be back in the morning with action from Group C before Group B gets underway tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Please come and join us. See you then.